trading.
Yeah, they're not winning now because we're live, so behave.
For
or not, because I don't. Ah, no, ow, my ears.
What?
There we go, sorry.
What'd you do? Hello, everybody. Well, we started out with Spoon screaming. That's always off to a good start.
Oh, thanks for that. I enjoy misery and gluttony for punishment.
We are joined today by two guests, which is why the title of the stream is a little bit different. We're going to
advertise on the screen.
React to some Tankie video essays. So today we're joined by Lavender. Is that the right way to pronounce your name?
Yeah, that's it.
I've got your channel linked in the description. Do you want to say a few things about yourself and your channel and what you do to introduce yourself to our audience?
Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, sure. So I'm basically a YouTuber, just like Aiden and you. Yeah, pretty much everyone else. And I basically do. I'm a national conservative monarchist. I usually do videos on political commentary as well as history, but with a certain twist like revisionism. And I'm basically an upcoming I guess YouTuber. Yeah.
And I've watched quite a few of your videos, and I thought they were extremely well done. And then so definitely go ahead and check out Lav's channel in the description if you're interested. Definitely some really good stuff. And then Wolfgang, we've talked just a little bit here in private, but I actually don't even have a link to your channel, so if you could send it to me. And I have not seen any of your content, but I know you worked with Lav in the past. I had to walk out to get a drink while you guys were telling the backstory, so I missed that if you want to restate it as well. And introduce yourself and what you do.
Hello, I'm Wolfgang. I mean, I actually was started a YouTube channel with Lavender. I mean, mostly I think I share the same content with Lavender, monarchism and conservatism, etc. The generic, I suppose. I mean, I don't know why I'm not really the greatest at these things, so my apologies.
I understand completely. I guess I'm always, anytime I have to introduce myself and what I do on YouTube, it's always like, which I shouldn't have, but it's hard when you have to explain it, I guess. I should have asked you guys that before we started.
You're a statistician autist, basically.
Well, yeah, but the chat knows what I am. And yeah, Wolfgang, if you could send me a link to your channel so I could put it in the description so that people can find that as well.
Give me a second.
Cool. And yeah, we were just going to watch some Tankie videos and respond to them since it's always a little bit of fun, but not something we generally do on this channel. We usually just watch the news. But I thought, we've got the Monarchy gang here together, the Monarchy Tankie tier squad. Why don't we... TNS, why don't we...
Oh, just on a random side note, by the way. Did you see, the tub explosion? The sub one? So what did I say, tub?
I thought you said tub!
Yeah, I did say tub. Sub explosion,
when you said tub and explosion, mine immediately went to tub girl, and now that's
thanks for that.
Great.
Apparently now it's a homicide investigation.
I'm not shocked.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. Because I couldn't understand, like, why the hell are we supposed to give a shit about a bunch of billionaires and millionaires being killed by their own stupidity? Like, I don't really find that interesting. It's more just, that's weird. Anyway, Jeremy Clarkson.
Anyway, well, I do think it's still a tragedy, but obviously they didn't ask. Well, I don't quite understand why anyone would do that, but they didn't ask to die. Okay, I mean, it's sad, all right? People died.
It's sad, yes, but when people say, hey, look, let's just go into a steel tube and then go 2 freaking miles below the ocean with a whole bunch of regulations that we can't pass, with a company that has a shady history of lax safety laws, like, that has gone down wrong.
History, but yeah, it was...
No, they did, actually.
I thought that they basically weren't allowed to be doing what they were doing legally.
No, they're going like 2018. They fired the previous guy, told him there's a whole bunch of safety regulations you're bypassing here. This is going to end really badly. Oh no, they actually have a history of it.
But well, in general, they're not supposed to go down to the Titanic at all.
Oh really?
They were basically,
then why would you?
Because they were basically skirting the international laws or something that.
Then I don't give a crap. You skirt regulations and laws. Bollocks to you then.
Well, yeah, but anywho, we're all here. Not real quick on the just as an update for from last week where we were reacting to the Tim Pool Emma Vigeland thing, and Spoon and I both got sleepy, but Spoon got really sleepy and basically just started to fall asleep, so we had to stop. I think tomorrow, either way, we're going to be doing the regular news stream. Today, of course, will not be the regular news stream. It'll be a special Tankie Tears.
I didn't have a PS3 controller.
Time, but yeah. So we'll be doing regular news tomorrow, and I think what we might also do is finish the Emma Vigeland Tim Pool debacle, also because Emma and Sam Cedar have responded on their own channel.
Oh God!
And I only caught about 5 minutes of it, and I didn't even catch all of it because I was watching Artemisia's video on it, and it seems like something that we all need to share. And it's
something that I just find ridiculous is that Tim said, you're going to use this for clicks, and then they go on the show and then do the exact same thing Tim is accusing them of what they're going to do. It's like, dude, your level of self-awareness, like, I don't know if it says less about you or your audience. Yeah, probably the audience more than you. The fact that you can just do the most lowbrow grifting shit crap, and then somehow the audience still believes and watches it. I don't fucking know how. It's just, it's like, oh my God, this is the kind of thing, because I've noticed whenever I do content, anything that requires a higher IQ does not do well. But anything where I'm just basically flinging shit at the news with as many expletives as I can tends to do a lot better.
Well, one takes more cognitive energy than the other. But I would say, what I got from the little bit of it I did watch, though, was Sam Cedar saying, oh, they just went there and bullied Emma. We've never done anything like that. We've never ganged up on somebody, of course, completely forgetting the time that Sam Cedar ambushed Steven Crowder when he was supposed to debate.
In fairness to them, there is an element of truth to that, because they can't bully because
no
they
one
suck
goes
at
on
it.
Sam's show.
Yes.
Nobody goes on Sam's show.
And whenever they go out of the little echo chamber and go to anybody else, they get bullied because they're morons.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go ahead and...
That's kind of the problem with their ideology, is that shit, and then once they go into the real world, they get bullied by the real world because it's not attached to the real world. Funny how that works.
Yeah, I know. Which I think we're going to be looking at some delusion. Speaking of tonight and detachment. Real quick, before we get going, I want to hit the initial super chats, and then I don't know how I'm going to handle the super chats since we've got 4 people here, but I might say we'll just do $10 and over, and then we'll do them all at the end of the stream. We'll pull a little section at them. That seems to work when you've got more people involved. It seems to be a formula.
Someone said the tea time, now you understand the Tim Poo content farming. I don't have a problem with Tim, but with Tim, it's like 20 minutes of the 22 minutes is basically his opinion. And with me, my videos will never be that long because I can't speak for 20 minutes about any subject. At least not in a point where I think there's anything useful to say. Like, my whole thing is just like, get in, get out. It's like, I'm trying to give you an orgasm with words.
Meanwhile, we stream for 5 hours.
Once, but that's different.
But and of course my videos are forever.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We don't do 5 hours on one story.
That's true.
So yeah, there we go. If I did one video of like 10 stories, it probably would be like over an hour.
Probably. Kiza for £2 says, evening Aiden, check DMs and enjoy the stream. Let me see. I'm sure Kiza sent me a picture of his niece. And yes, adorable as always. Thank you, Kiza. Hasselhoppa for $2 says, so Aiden, Popko, and Spoon, PP me. Yeah, I think so. I love that art. DRT is King for $20 says, for fun and to bring joy, there's the full model of a scientist Solarian from the 8-bit Big Band, and it's 4 minutes and 10 seconds. A very good work. What do you guess? Mass Effect waifu / husbandos Tali'Zor is still best girl. So,
oh god, we're back on Mass Effect.
We need to answer the Mass Effect question.
I don't know. Have you guys played Mass Effect?
We did briefly mention Fallout New Vegas because there was a little Ave to Caesar
yes,
mentioned.
Because I keep telling Aiden, Aiden is gay and she will not pick the obvious best leader, which is obviously Mr. House.
He is the most, he's the autocratic leader.
Yes.
Most autocratic leader. Well, I mean, you could say that about Caesar as well.
And also he says, if you want to see the fate of democracies, look out the window. That's such a good fucking line. It's such a good line.
I mean, that's also Kaiser's position as well, though.
Kaiser's more is like, look out the window, that's what I'm going to conquer.
Well, because democracy was an abject failure. But let's, thank you, DRT is King. let's move in then to the actual videos themselves then. Oftentimes Spoon and I will beat around the bush for like a half an hour, but I don't want to keep you too long because we've got at least 3 videos, maybe 4. We'll see how we get through them. So this first one is from Balkan Odyssey, and it's called Why Serbs Are Obsessed with Monarchy. Everybody's in the watch together. You've got it up, Spoon?
I do indeed.
Okay.
Talking about this video, not something else, by the way.
No.
All right, let's go.
There are very few things in Serbia that are as fetishized as monarchy is. This symbol and metaphor of stability, of the rule of law, and the spirit of the good old times, and of long-lost national integrity and prestige.
This guy's accent is more
seeped
posh
into
than
the minds
mine.
of a noticeable amount of people who are understandably disappointed in and alienated from the current political order, and are looking for a trustworthy alternative. Whereas the monarchist political platform is in absolute terms rather insignificant, with only 7 seats in the National Assembly, held by the Movement for the Restoration of the Kingdom of Serbia, the prospect of monarchism has colloquially become a commonplace political consideration among the disenfranchised masses, who nostalgically yearn for some kind of old former glory, national stability, traditional family values, and
Why does he keep doing that?
other sentimental mysticisms in the midst of an ever-decaying socio-economic order. Religious superstitions of the
Why
politically
does he keep
active
doing
Serbian
that?
Orthodox Church
Is someone maybe bugged?
further fuel
No, someone's clicking on it.
this very narrative, with well-established paroles about the lost values of spiritualism, tradition, modesty, national health, and the necessary cultural reawakening, embodied in the kingdoms and empires of old. This is then further politically
Okay, who the fuck is clicking on the video? Because I will strangle you.
in the name of national interests and national integrity. Classical bourgeois platitudes used to mobilize national.
Okay, what's happening?
I don't know who the hell is in this thing. Why is Aiden muted?
Stability,
Oh,
traditional
okay.
family values, and other sentimental mysticisms in the midst of an ever-decaying socio-economic.
Okay, pause. Okay, there we go. I don't know what the hell was going on there. Watching out there was just spurging the fuck out. But it seems to be okay now. Alright.
Were you clicking on it?
Let's hope.
I was, but I didn't realize I was muted.
Oh, for God's sake.
That was my mistake. Alright, okay. Women moment. Alright, let's just start with the woman moment. It already happened. Because I was trying to pause here to say that I spoke to my Serbian friend about his opinion on this, and it did seem to align with a lot of what this guy was saying. He said that there's a big religious movement in Serbia, and people are extremely unhappy coming out of communism. So they saw the failure of communism. I mean, the abject failure that these people had to live through, and they're looking for something. So it doesn't. I understand, like, you're portraying this as, oh, they're trying to go back to this mythical, like, magical version of Serbia. Well, maybe the reason why is because
they're familiar with it
under communism. Yes, and yes, it's not, and yet it's not something that is completely unfamiliar to Serbs forever. I mean, it's part of their history as well.
I mean, there's always a specific reason why these people who advocate for these things, there are always specific reasons why they would want to idolize this era and go back to it. Like, there is a specific reason. It's not just bourgeois propaganda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he also said to me that you find that there is this split that they talk about here, but it doesn't seem to be, it's not based on bourgeoisie or class. And he says, like, you be in an office with 2 people sitting on either side of you, and one person will be like a hardcore monarchist and the person will be a communist. And that's just the state of, I mean, this is, you know, one person's opinion, but I'm relying on his take a little bit here. But I think also the idea that monarchy is bourgeois is reliant upon the belief also that any person who supports monarchy wants to be a part of it, or expects that they're going to be a part of it in some way, which is nonsensical.
Main character syndrome.
Yes. which I mean, people have accused Spoon and I of that many times, whereas that couldn't be further from the truth. And it's instead being willing to forgo and forgive power to a higher one, in this case a monarch, who would be more educated, more directed, and have a vested interest in protecting the state and the people of the state, rather than it being this idea of wanting to elevate yourself into higher positions in an oligarchy. But that seems to be a common misconception.
Well, the thing is, the problem with that is that, communism relies on the idea that there's a class warfare. That if you are a bourgeois, you automatically must be against those below you, and vice versa.
Mhm.
If you believe in that idea, it's impossible to accept the fact that, there is an higher, let's say an higher idol, which can rally people that are both, from one class and from another class, because that contradicts the idea that there is a class warfare where they are always against each other.
Yeah, precisely. If you take the fundamental principles of Marxism, which is that class warfare, as you said, that's the fundamental divisions in society are based on differences between class, and therefore classes will always be separated from one another, then yeah, you won't be able to find something that they can mutually all agree upon in such a way. It's always warfare between the classes.
And it's why you want the monarch, because he's above the stupid class warfare crap. And that's his
the
unifying
proposal.
figure.
See, mister, the monarch is the bourgeois. He's sitting on the golden throne with all the food. Because
I love how people look at monarchy like it's basically a Disney movie.
I think that's a big part of the problem. And there's I watched a little bit of one of the other videos that we looked at where he'll talk about poverty over time. And let's just get back to this before I go too far into it. Go out into the weeds. But there's a lot of misconceptions about things that it seems to be fundamental misunderstandings of the past. Everything is so much of what people think about politics and philosophy is driven from a very modernist and specifically postmodernist perspective.
Post Second World War, definitely.
Yeah, which colors that opinion.
Because I've noticed people, if you say, I've noticed I can't have a discussion with people about monarchy if they're in favor of democracy, because it's what Bolbuck said is just that you want to take away my power. And it's like, yeah, that is very much it. He's like, oh, I can get rid of the leader. I'm like, can you? Yes, you can get rid of the one guy, but the system underneath it is what chugs.
No,
and you're not removing. Yes, you're not removing that. So all you're basically doing is you're just, like I said it before. Think of it like this: the guy who sits in the executive is basically just in charge of the transmission, and it can only go in one way. So he just makes it go from first to sixth, and that's basically it. Doesn't make it go backwards.
I mean,
yes,
I'll
exactly.
go as far as even to say, the thing is, in a democracy, you have, you select your leader, but that doesn't mean you select a good leader. You can literally vote.
Yes.
A guy that doesn't know how to write, doesn't know how to read, you can vote literally a mentally
retarded person. Yes.
Yeah, like John Fetterman.
I mean, look. The fucking 2020 election is basically everything that. Like, people weren't voting for Joe Biden because they genuinely thought he was going to be a good leader. They voted for him only to get Trump out, and now look what's happening.
Yes.
Yeah, and then on that same notion too, they don't just not only do they not have to be a good leader, they don't have to do anything that you ask them to do. They have they really are not incentivized to do what the people want in any way.
They're not even incentivized to actually do a good job. I asked this as someone. Yeah, but yeah, that's the reason why they are. I asked a girl yesterday. I said, "Give me a reason why the politicians should rule well," and she looked at me like I just handed her a dead fish.
Just know how to react to it.
Yes, because it's like, oh, but that's what they're supposed to do. Like, okay, yeah, but why would they? Nothing happens if they don't.
And then I have. Okay. And then, like, every time I hear people say that, and like I bring up these points, then come in the direct democracy bros. Like, oh yeah, God. that's why the election needs to decide on everything.
Oh God. Imagine just how completely and utterly untenable that would be.
Yeah.
To have to vote for
the state is way too big, and we have a massive bureaucracy. Let's increase the bureaucracy to include the population. Why? Yeah. That's insane.
Well, certainly nothing would ever get done.
Exactly.
I mean, you can go as far as to say, what you can, like, in democracy, you vote on a politician. If you, for example, you are, let's imagine one in California, and you have two parties, the Republican Party and the what's the other one?
Socialist.
Democrat, the Democrat Party. And if you are imagine a Californian, and then both parties, both of those persons are, for example, let's imagine hypothetically from New York.
Mhm.
How do they represent you? You know, like they are completely different states from completely different regions. And just because the majority population votes it, you now have to respect it. Like, you know, it's not exactly, you know, in theory, it's equality for everyone, but in the practice, you don't really have much equity because in the end of the day, areas, you know, you just need a concentration of a population, you know, to overrule like other people. You know, for example, can even go use like extreme examples like Nazi Germany. You know, it must suck to be a Jew when the Germans vote for Hitler, but that's a majority. Thus, we have to respect the majority.
Right, and
it's
in
a
terms
very
of
flawed system.
in the United States, we do have the Electoral College, but at the end of the day, the major decisions that are made by the House of Representatives and the Congress that are majorly overstacked by states that have more representatives, like California and New York, ultimately get far more say in the terms of types of legislation and in who becomes president based on just pure sheer numbers in a state like where I'm originally from, West Virginia, very small rural state. So that state ends up being essentially unrepresented. Yes, we have, one or two people who can represent our state, but that's it. I mean, two, with three, it's three altogether. But still, compared to California, it's nothing.
And then that reminds me also of like the argument, okay, like the strength in numbers thing. And then, for example, I pull up with the argument, okay, let's say, why should, for example, two prostitutes who basically do sex work all the time, know nothing about politics, but bunking it, and why should they have higher amount of quote unquote power to elect a leader than, let's say, a professor of political science? Why should they have more power over that? And then the guy was like, oh, but the prostitutes know what is in their best interest.
Then again, why does a person who doesn't own land can make a decision for someone who owns land?
The idea that people know what's in their best interest is
insane.
So laughable. People, generally speaking, they don't. They really don't. I mean, look at all of the horrible mistakes that people make all the time. Right here, I've got a screwdriver. Well, it's gin, not vodka, and I'm smoking a vape. These things are not in my best interest, but I'm doing them because I want to do them, right? And that's a microcosmic example. People do all kinds of things that are not in their best interest. People make terrible investments. People get involved in terrible relationships. People vote for things that for politicians that hate them. I mean, it goes on and on. The idea that people know what they want.
Also, what's best for them isn't always what's best for everyone else around them.
Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah, I would be able to have unfettered access to abortion. How's that working out for you?
There's all kinds of things like that.
I mean, I would even go even as far as to say, like, the interest of someone who lives, for example, in a city is completely different from the interest of someone who lives, for example, near a river, or someone who lives near a lake.
City versus rural,
nowhere compatible.
Yeah,
landlords.
Exactly. Getting the landlord chant going.
We love the landlords.
Let's I'm glad we had an interesting general discussion a little bit about monarchy versus democracy there to get started. But let's if we're all good, let's actually watch the video. I will click it. If you want to pause at any time, go ahead.
Religious superstitions of the politically active Serbian Orthodox Church further fuel this very narrative, with well-established paroles about the lost values of spiritualism, tradition, modesty, national health, and the necessary cultural reawakening, embodied in the kingdoms and empires of old.
Yes, all the things that made a country function.
Instrumentalized in the name of national interests and national integrity. Classical bourgeois platitudes used to mobilize masses for the sake of territorial conquest and violence.
That is such a leap. You've made such a massive leap. Things like spirituality.
How the hell does that play around to conquering? That was weird.
Traditional family. No, of course these things were eradicated. Under the communist regime in Serbia. So you don't have emphasis on family and family values because the family is the state. You don't have emphasis on religion. Religion is more or less eviscerated. Not so much in some Eastern European and Balkan countries because it was so endemic and important to the culture that it persisted, even though it was supposed to not. Because again, things like religion, beliefs in a higher power, beliefs in the importance of moral goods like the family that transcend, the Hegelian and Marxist
Sex
dialectic. No, that transcend the dialectic. That everything is about class. In the case of the Marxist dialectics, everything's about class, right? Well, things like family transcend class. Things like religion absolutely transcend class, because the poorest pauper or the richest prince all are subject to God, right? That inherently transcends class. So it is absolutely haram, no good in the Marxist dialectic. But that doesn't mean it's bourgeois.
I mean, look, that's basically the narrative. They need to have that everything is class, everything is centered around class, and everything must be class. Like, because that's their entire ideology. They need to look at. That's why they have to call everything that is, against class or superior to class, in the interest like family and such. And they go, oh no, that is bourgeois. Those are class enemies, because they need the only sort of war, quote unquote, to exist, class war.
I was about to say, because if you have a whole bunch of people from different classes all wanting a monarch, that's not a bourgeoisie interest in, because it goes across classes.
I mean,
but in that case, you have to know, because in that case, the bourgeoisie is triggering the working class, of course.
Oh, fuck off.
I mean, the argument, right? The argument is that the bourgeois essentially religion is the
it's like no
masses,
nobility
right?
triggering the peasants into voting for the monarch. It's like, what can you talk about?
You can even go far than just religion. Even in war, like World War I, you have the best example. In the trenches of the Somme, people that were poor, that were rich, that were noble, that were commoners, they all died to the German machine guns. They were different classes, and they all died during the war.
Bullets don't discriminate.
Some sort of, exactly, bullets don't see uniforms. If this was some sort of class warfare, of course the nobles would be very fuck off, but that's not what happened, because that's not how the world worked.
Yeah, they would be sitting behind and just sending only the peasants into the wood chipper, into the machine. But that's not how it ends up actually working in practice.
No.
And again, this all comes back to this being about the Marxist dialectic, is that you have to remove all kind of levels of hierarchy whatsoever to make everyone perfectly equal. And so therefore, that's why family must be removed along with all other types of financial class, because family is inherently a class system. It's father and then children, father and then mother and then children. And that inherent class structure, well, if you believe in the dialectic that all structures such as all these hierarchies need to be debated and discussed and then deconstructed, which includes all, like I said, all members of class, all kinds of class structures, like family structure, like monarchy, anything like that has to be destroyed. Well, that's why he thinks it's bourgeois. But I find it very difficult to, in the true sense of what most people think when they think of bourgeois, would claim that a father and his wife and 3 children living in the woods and chopping firewood and being sustenance farmers is a very bourgeois lifestyle. And being devout Christians, yet that's what's being claimed as bourgeois.
I mean, look, I'm pretty sure that 99% of people, like especially Marxists, can't even properly define what bourgeois is.
That's easy. It's anything that's not communist, of course.
Right. We're going to get into with the term fascism. What is fascism? Anything that's not communism, anything that's not my politics.
Anyone to the right of Mao is a fascist.
And anything that is anything I don't like is bourgeois. I mean, like let's get a definition going, because I don't know. Does he? I would assume, since this is his main thing, probably does not ever define
Consult genteel.
Belonging to or characteristic of the middle class, typically with reference to its perceived materialistic values and conventional attitudes. See, that's when I hear the word bourgeois, I usually have the implication that it implies material wealth. The things I've described and that he's described as bourgeois, family and God, I'm not sure what that has to do with material wealth.
Who fucking knows?
Let's continue then.
I mean, you can still have materialistic wealth, but still like the monarch. I don't know why it has to be exclusive. Or democracy, or any other system that isn't just communism. It's just freaking weird.
And suppression of autonomies and rights of ethnic minorities.
Are the fascists in the room with us now?
So, the purpose of this video is not to condescendingly dismiss or mock these ideas, but to carefully examine their faulty premises and superstitious naivety, as well as the harm they inevitably lead to.
Oh, really?
My aim is to showcase how such understandable and completely valid objections to the ever-decaying social fabric of the prevailing system can nonetheless be misled and misdirected. How their lazy and rushed interpretation can make them victims of political weaponization.
His voice is so pretentious it bothers me. Do I sound this pretentious?
Yes.
No.
I mean, you saw me.
The duality of man.
Yes, no. Well,
maybe ask the chat.
Yeah.
The chat says yes, apparently. Really? Am I this bad?
I mean, look, your voice actually has this sort of bump to it, while his sounds like he is while his voice sounds like he is on constant antidepressant medication.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I suppose. Okay. Just wondering the chat.
we'll let them answer that.
Okay, but who is more pretentious? Who sounds more pretentious? I think who is more pretentious, probably me.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But it is very droning.
Into the period of the Civil War and the subsequent restoration of the Stuarts, said both Edward Vallard. Like that kind of.
Oh God, don't! I told you before. I mentioned I had watched a little bit of this video. It is hard to get through because it is very droning.
Very
yes,
droning,
SSRI vocal tones, but I could always speed it up. But I don't know if I want to do that. His accent is
close. The vote is the vote is close.
It is close.
Thanks for that.
Let's continue.
I love democracy.
Yeah, see, there it is. Democracy in action.
I love the Republic.
For the interests of yet another set of elites. For the regressive and elitist interests of the most reactionary elements in society.
Oh, put more buzzwords in
we
there,
will talk about monarchy, its authentic historical role, and contemporary reality. We shall talk about the traditional values it espouses, and the backward and inhumane consequences of its historical
I do the better gay guy voice.
Potentially contemporary political implementation, devoid of utopian mysticism that its adversaries faithfully employ. This should then hopefully showcase how naive and irresponsible it is to glorify historical instances of monarchy for the purposes of enhancing modern national mysticisms.
You know what might be irresponsible? Glorifying the history of communist regimes.
Yeah,
which killed more people than any other in the totality of human history.
Also, Aiden, you can answer this. Who sounds more pretentious, me, Kraut, or Arch?
Kraut.
Oh,
it's Kraut.
It's Kraut because he's putting that on. Spoon, you have come ahead.
And then what about my voice? Is my voice this pretentious or something?
No, I don't think so. Spoon, you sound more pretentious when you're reading scripts than you do when you're just talking extemporaneously.
Do believe me, if I had the intention of sounding uberly pretentious, I could do it at a moment's notice.
I get the feeling the chat might be voting for you as a meme, but I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Anything the chat, like anything we get. Can we get a serious answer? Or like, if we answer wrong, will it piss Spoon off? Yes. Okay, go with the wrong answer then.
Wrong answer.
Yes. Fuck you.
Chauvinisms and territorial claims by promoting pseudo-historical versions of former kingdoms, empires, and monarchist ideas
so badly.
Whose political rehabilitation leads to the shameless whitewashing of history and relativization of their crimes. Now, in order to fully appreciate the monarchist position and their general philosophical framework, I think it's most fair to take a look at their publicly displayed political platform and associated values, which can be found on the official website of the Movement for the Restoration of the Kingdom of Serbia under the section, What Do We Stand For? Naturally, there may be different flavors of monarchists with varying positions on specific issues, but this is nonetheless irrelevant to the criticisms which
I'm actually kind of shocked, but yeah, good for that one. Because everyone here describes himself as some sort of monarchist, but it's all from, likely, we may agree on the overarching system.
Yeah, I really like Napoleon.
Right.
Like from what I am.
Say fuck Napoleon, but yeah.
Like from what I know, Aiden and Spoon are absolutists. Meanwhile, me and Wolfgang are semi-constitutionalists.
Yeah, I came to the absolutist position because of Spoon convincing me more of it. Initially, and what I do still like the best in theory is Erdogan Knaut-Lenin's model, which is a constitutional monarchy. But the more I see the problems with any sort of
power
democratic
dynamic
involvement and power dynamic and bureaucracy aristocracy and oligarchy. The more I'm convinced of the absolutist position, but I still prefer the Kunat-Lenin model. I'm just not sure as to its validity as being functional. But at least it's good for him. Good on him for acknowledging there's more
Someone
than one type
said,
of monarchist.
Spoon as a monarchist will never be satisfied with the result of a poll, never break kayfabe. There is an element of truth to that.
Speaking of all, the poll I think is ended. 57% for Spoon. You've won. You sound more pretentious. Congratulations. The people have spoken.
Declare it rigged. Declare it rigged.
It's
Close the
rigged.
polls.
Yeah.
About to present regarding the very philosophical and economic foundation of their thought. Time has shown that since our country has been a republic, different political parties may come to power, but there will be no substantial change.
Yep.
Only with a change in the form of governance, from a republic into a constitutional parliamentary kingdom, can we achieve true systemic change in Serbia, progress and development. At the outset, we see their obvious contempt towards the liberal capitalist order, to traditional bourgeois politics involving parliamentary procedures, embodied by dozens of political parties, sponsored by a handful of billionaires. And
how does that make any sense? You initially said that they were initially obsessed with bourgeoisie qualities, and now they hate it in democracy. How the fuck does that make sense?
Well, I think what he said that their contempt was for liberalism. I think he's going to make the argument, again, I didn't finish this video because it is very sleepy. It's very much like NyQuil. But I think that the argument he's going to make, or I anticipate, is that no, it's because monarchy is autocracy and because of their contempt, to use his terminology, for liberalism, it's totalitarian, it's fascism and totalitarianism, whatever. When they do it, when we abide by an autocracy, that's not totalitarian.
I love the mental gymnastics going on around there.
Yeah, that's what I expect, though.
And tycoons.
Let's see if I'm right.
Overall corrupt and rotten system whose failures and deficiencies are self-evident to most working class people. However,
well, I don't ask anyone. Ask working class people. I mean, I don't know the exact polls in Serbia, and I thought it'd probably be difficult for me to pull it up on the fly. Again, what I did was ask my Serbian friend, and that seems to be what he said to me, is that nobody agrees on anything, and everyone thinks the system's corrupt. But if you look at what I do know a little bit more about is America. And I recently looked at polls on this, and it's something like 80% of people think that the government's corrupt in some way or another. So you find this in multiple different democracies and republics. People all over the world have a great lack of faith in their democracies or democratic republics, whichever they may be, or whatever system of type of democracy it takes.
To be fair, there's one exception: the Swiss.
Oh, well, they've all... I wonder why the Swiss might be a little bit more happy with their system.
I mean, the Swiss state has kind of been, it was founded on the principle of self-preservation, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally part of their culture, in a basic way.
They still have a monarch, though, don't they? They're a constitutional monarchy.
No, I think they're... I think Switzerland is a republic.
No, Switzerland is like the only actual direct democracy in the world.
Oh, I'm getting it confused with Liechtenstein. Or is it Luxembourg?
That one is actually the only... I think it's the world's only semi-constitutional monarchy, I think.
Yeah.
At least for the European nations.
One of those other very small, very wealthy European nations, I think I'm getting that confused.
And I would like to also mention, too, what he says, like, this is something you will always see in his videos, especially Marxists. Like, they always talk about, working class interests. But if you actually genuinely take a look at the working class, they are one of the most reactionary groups to their status in the world. Because the vast majority of people I see, communists and such, they are 90% of the time,
the bourgeois?
They don't even come from a working class environment or family. They are literally either middle class or upper class.
Did Marx? Did Engels? What was their background?
Yeah. Exactly.
He
was a snooty git who lived off other people's money while writing fucking books.
I mean, that's the whole... When you look at the people who tend to espouse this stuff, they tend to come from upper middle class to, borderline upper class families, and usually also from academe, from the ivory tower. These highly, I would say, not just educated, but overeducated people who have the time and energy to worry about these kinds of complex ideas of the dialectic and breaking down borders between society. That they have the wealth and capacity to do because they don't have to be worried about their day-to-day lives, their ability to, put food on the table while saying that's what they care about in other people. I find it disingenuous.
And then if you mention that, they're literally just gonna bring up, oh, that's because the working class has been brainwashed by the bourgeoisie. But let me.
Them, that's funny.
But here's the thing: the working class, like the lower class, the peasants and such, they are one of the most easily pleased people in a society because they literally only need three things in order to be happy: food, shelter, and warmth. If you give a working class man those three things,
and low
he
taxes.
will not.
Food, shelter, safety.
He will not rebel at all. Like he will just want to keep the status quo. But then it is these guys in the higher position who don't really care about these things. That is when he start. Okay, that is. That they have the time and money to actually like think into this stuff, while the average working class guy literally only just wants the basic necessities to survive. Like that's literally all he wants. He doesn't want to like suddenly crush the system from within. No, he just wants a normal life where he can just live in peace, and that is all. But then these people think oh no, but they're brainwashed. This is imperial slavery syndrome. Like, what the fuck are these mental gymnastics?
Well, they anticipate it's very solipsistic in that they anticipate that, and it's narcissistic as well. They anticipate that everyone else must aspire to the same goals that they have, right? And that's part of all of this thought process is that, well, because I want to destroy the class structure, everyone else must secretly want to as well. It's very mind ready. But the reality is that the vast majority of people don't care. They want, like as you said, they want food, they want safety, they want security, they want their families. That's all they want. Very simple, basic pleasures. Maybe a little bread and circuses, just it's like entertainment. And the vast majority of people are pretty happy with their lives. It's when you introduce, actually, funnily enough, I think all of these other ideas that, well, you think you're happy, but you're really not, that people start to question their own perspective, their own sense of self, their own identities. And how do you get people to do that? Oh, I know. Force them all to go to university if they want to get a decent job, so that they get implanted with these ideas that you might think that you would be happy with a wife and children and food and clothing, but actually what you would be happy with is destroying society.
Oh my, no, it's literally the bourgeois capitalists like playing you by just giving you food, safety, warmth, and everything, but in reality they want to destroy you and take your soul and your newborn to be sacrificed on the Joe Biden table.
Well, it's which is very bizarre. It always does seem to play out this way in terms of the paradigms. Is that, I mean, they clearly, their stated goal is to destroy and reorganize society, right? That's the stated goal. The whole point is to break down all class barriers to restructure a class of society, and that's going to involve, by Marx's own words, a lot of bloodshed. That you're going to have to kill people to do that, to get them out of their positions of power. And then, according to Marx, of course, at some point, well, Marx and Engels, at some point then, after the revolution, it will disappear of its own right, and then the new stateless system will evolve on its own to replace it. I mean, like, I can't, Das Kapital.
Not even.
I don't even know how the hell that
impossible book.
I get the impression Carl has no idea what the hell the dynamics of power looks like in the real world.
To be fair, we need to look at Marx's ideas through the lens of the time period. We're talking about 1848, the revolutions and the Southern industrialization. For that period, we at this point we have a large part of the rural population, the more peasants that traditionally work the fields and that are moving to the factories. So cities like London, Paris are becoming extremely overcrowded. Conditions deteriorate.
Terrible.
Yeah, exactly. And we think in this context, especially when we look at especially at the start of the Industrial Revolution, when there is this shock, because every time we transition from one economic model to another economic model, there's always a shock, which is natural.
Mm-hmm.
And, when we look at these conditions, I think it's it makes a little more sense to look at Marx's perspective. But nowadays, the average worker is basically the equivalent of the bourgeois man of Carl's time, you know? Nowadays, no one lacks water. Nowadays, no one really, has the danger of, getting his head chopped off in the factory.
Or, dying
exactly.
of a preventable disease, which they couldn't even have treated then. That's a very good point. Exactly.
I mean, not just that. Like, when we look at today's society, at least the technology, in terms of technology, we live in the golden era. Like today, we can have fruits, bananas, peaches that arrive fresh in our table. Fruits that literally cannot grow in other countries, We have refrigeration, we have intercontinental transport shipping lanes, We have so many luxury that even medieval kings couldn't dream with. Nowadays, the homeless man lives better than a feudal peasant, And,
the height of luxury in one of the most luxurious things you could have, in medieval Europe, for example, was sugar or nutmeg.
Exactly.
Things that cost nothing.
Spices
now.
as well. Spices, like
right.
literally spices trade, the Silk Road. Even literally things we wear today.
And I can pick up this little device in my hand, turn it on, and have bananas and spices delivered to my house.
Your phone
for nearly nothing.
Is more powerful than the computer that led the man to go to the moon.
Yeah.
It's incredible. And I just don't understand how applying Marx's ideals to the modern day makes any sense. It's a dead ideology. It should have died a long time ago when this revolution.
Because it's a religion, that's why.
Yes, that's it. Well, if you know where Marx gets his ideas from, which is from Hegel, which he gets his ideas from Hermetic philosophy, it is legitimately a religion. So it comes, straight down through Hegel, back through the Hermetic philosophers. That's why it's maintained for so long, despite the fact that everything in society has. I mean, Marx had a point. You're right. He had a point in the 1850s that when you're seeing people and children having their hands cut off in these horrifying factory conditions. Yeah, that's incomprehensibly awful. But that's not happening in the first world today.
Yes, and then the Austrian school looked at this guy Marx and went, fucking hell, this guy's out of his mind.
And then, but we're also forgetting like what communists, like modern day communists, think when they think like what will they do? What will happen when the revolution comes? Like, it's really fucking like completely utopian. Like I've seen so many people go like, okay, what will you do after the revolution comes? And then they're like
using a Twitter thread, I guess.
And then they're like, oh, I'm going to teach lesbian dance classes on my ranch. Like they don't like
I'm going
in
to
an
teach
actual
kids.
like I'm like in an actual communist society, like this has always been parroted, but it's still true. You would be fucking digging in the Alaskan coal mines, not working on a ranch, because like this is like communists, they envision like total automation, where like
luxury
total
automation.
Luxury space comes. You don't have to do anything. You can be lazy. Like they basically want to abolish work, which is like. Okay, like fair.
They would kill themselves.
Let's.
They say the word lazy is a slur. Just the word lazy. It's like when you start to say things like that, I think you're lazy.
And then but let's be all honest here. We all hate it. We all hate work. We all hate school and such. But in reality, in our subconscious, we're like we still have to do it. Like even though we hate it, it still kind of gives us a purpose. Like that's why, for example. Like maybe you all experienced like when we were kids and summer vacation comes and we're like all excited. Okay, yeah, finally summer vacation, so much time, so much free time. And then when summer vacation actually comes, you're entirely fucking bored.
Right. Yes, exactly. I was gonna say because maybe I'm the. I think that's a good way of putting it, because if I don't work for more than, and I'm not even just talking about doing YouTube, which a lot of people would not consider to be work, or reading research. And I understand that, even though what I do for YouTube is a little bit more involved than people doing React videos, which we're reacting right now, but you know what I mean, like whoa man, there's like a 4 a.m. challenge kind of stuff. When I had a regular desk job, which I didn't like, when I then didn't have it, I felt miserable.
Exactly.
Probably the most miserable time of my life was I wasn't able to start grad school because of a freaking stupid clerical error. So I had to take off for a year and find just like any work that I could to sustain myself. And I hated it because a lot of that time I spent not having any job whatsoever. Now, I could sit at home and play video games all day long. It's the most depressed I've ever been in my life.
Because here's the thing, like if you like abolish work, like abolish like any necessities, people will naturally get miserable. Like the best example of this is, for example, Notch. Like if you maybe followed up on his story, like he sold Minecraft to Microsoft for like billions and billions, and now he is literally just sitting in his LA mansion and is entirely bored, because it's this path towards success that is like really good. That's what motivates us. That's what gets us this feeling. But then when we eventually reach it, it's we don't know, okay, what else now? It's this need to like achieve something greater, like this need to achieve something, like if you have a certain goal and you work towards it, that's what really motivates you. That's what keeps you going. Even though you hate it, even though you hate the process, even though you quote unquote hate the process, at the end of the day, you still kind of enjoy it. And then when you're at the top, like it's literally like that quote, like when a dog always wants to chase a car, but he doesn't know what to do when he catches the car.
Yes. Yeah. So there's two things, right? There's two.
You realize you're basically describing an orgasm.
there's
Think about
two. Yeah, but there's two sensations. I know what you mean. There's hedonia, which is pleasure, and I think that these people who want their automated luxury space communism, they're looking at hedonia, or the hedonic principle, feeling pleasure, whatever that be. Oh, I have a delicious bit of food. I have an orgasm. I can sit in my, jacuzzi on my yacht and fuck a bunch of women. Whatever your idea of hedonic pleasure is. That, and if you're at the absolute top, let's say there is nothing in the way because everyone has maximal money doesn't exist anymore, and you can just replicate all this stuff with your Star Trek machine. That doesn't bring happiness. What happiness is these are the Greek terms, right? Eudaimonia, which is meaningfulness. Think about some other things that bring meaningfulness in people's lives. What's probably the thing that brings the most meaning in someone's life?
Lifting heavy shit.
Being a parent. But maybe lifting heavy shit. Having children is you ask them in polls, what's the most meaningful thing you've done in your life? And what's the most meaningful thing to you? They say, having children. You ask them, was that easy? Who's going to tell you yes? Nobody will tell you that having children and raising children is easy. But if you ask them what's the best thing they've ever done, what's the thing that makes them most happy, if you use that broad term happy, they'll say, my children. That's eudaimonic pleasure, not hedonic pleasure.
It's human nature to enjoy challenges, because as you mentioned with parenting, like no one actually like loves, like for example, staying at a playground and watching children play. Like I've worked at a daycare. I fucking know how that feels. But at the end of the day, it's still this challenge that you still enjoy. Like even though you on the surface say, "Oh, I hate it," but subconsciously, as I always stated, you actually do enjoy it because it's this challenge that drives your goals and such. But when everything is erased, like you have nothing to do, you have no challenges, you have nothing, gay luxury space communism, then life literally becomes miserable because you have nothing to work towards.
You have no yin, only yang.
Yeah, I mean, if you even look at the Star Trek metaphor. Go ahead, sorry.
Like if you want something, like let's say you have billions and billions of dollars, just like Notch. Like if you want something, like if you really want something, it's literally just like 5 seconds away from just clicking a button on Amazon, and that is it. Like that is a completely miserable life with no challenges, nothing to actually work towards, because everything is at your fingertips. And these people think that if they abolish work and establish this whole system, everyone's going to be so happy, everyone's going to be so productive. But in reality, this will completely destroy us humans. Yes. It will literally destroy us.
Yes.
No one likes work. No one likes work. Like no one loves school and such. But when we do not have it, but when we do not have it is when we realize just how much it feels empty without it, without this challenge, without this worry.
Yeah, you need to have it. And speaking also of luxury space communism, if you even look at Star Trek, I'm a big Star Trek fan.
I can't take those 3 words seriously. It's a meme.
I know. But in Star Trek, all the people who are doing that, who are doing the stuff they are out in space, they're doing it because they're impassioned to do it. Picard learns how to play his flute. People learn all these different skills, and they do that even though they live in luxury space communism. Even though, whatever you think about the metaphor, the allegory, it's because the idea that in a perfect future of luxury gay space communism, people will just sit around and do nothing is so miserable they can't even make fiction about it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh god, that's actually true. Like, look at this now, like all the shit you have right now, all you lefties, like you can't produce good art. All your art sucks dick.
I mean, that's the whole thing.
Point.
Who would want to watch Star Trek if all they did is sit around jerking off? Like, nobody would watch the show. It's because that is so well.
Watch.
But it's so unrealistic.
Try a self-insert in that series, huh?
It's so unrealistic that people would be like, well, that doesn't. It's boring. Even the show would be boring. It's unrealistic.
Oh god, yeah, Lizzo playing Picard's flute was like the epitome of modern day civilization. Like,
not
just
Picard's
in a
flute.
nutshell.
That wasn't Picard's flute. It was
No, it was one. It was one of the founding fathers.
Which founding father was it? Now I can't remember. It wasn't Picard's space flute. That's for sure.
By the way, guys, should we continue with the video?
Yes, let's go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Predators of reaction come in. Monarchy is
Madison,
presented as a way out of this circus that nobody believes in anymore. They're using the discontent of the masses.
Then we don't exist.
Except the people who advocate for the return to monarchy. But okay.
I mean, did you saw the coronation of King Charles?
Yeah, did you see the way people came out in droves for that? For King Charles, someone who, by the way, is not super well liked due to the relationship with Diana, and yet people still came out in droves and, waved their Union Jacks. Like crazy. I
think it's a relationship with Klaus Schwab.
like also take for example the whole thing of Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee. Like, you have seen waves and waves of thousands of people right there just supporting it. Like, I believe this notion that, oh my god, no one supports monarchy, oh my god, how can monarchists exist, is directly linked to the idea that monarchy is outdated, which equals bad. But
so was Marx.
That's the liberal march through history. Funnily enough, it's that same kind of paradigm. Even though they talk about how much they can't stand liberalism, that's that same idea.
Okay, so hold on, let me just get this straight. So monarchy old, but democracy is not.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
that's. I mean, let's not forget that Athens was a thing, I suppose.
Right.
Well, you Greeks, you stupid bastards.
Right. What's where does the origination of that origin of that liberal march through history quote that Scrump always talks about?
I don't know.
No,
I should actually.
I should as well. But it's a broad liberal idea that history is always progressing. Progress is good, and it's funny because he is espousing the exact same thing, that because it's old, therefore bad. Everything old is bad. Well, again, Marx writing in the 1840s, that's old by today's perspective, but that's somehow not bad.
I mean, like, for example, I can kind of understand what they mean. For example, if you tried, let's say feudalism today, I don't think it would, really work with our post-industrial age. That makes sense, like feudalism. But here's the thing: some ideas can progress, and then these ideas should be abandoned in the name of progress. But that doesn't mean that everything that is old is subject to the same thing. Like, some things can be left behind for the sake of, in the end, in the name of progress, but that doesn't mean everything old is subject to the same argument. Because
if we follow the progress argument, I'm sure certain German dictator in the 1930s would have a lot to say.
Sure.
I mean, never before in history was, industrial mass murder tried. That was progress, right?
Right, it is progress, and it's the Whig view of history. Thank you. Who in the chat got it for me? It was
Oh, that's what you were asking?
Metal Gandalf. Yeah, the Whig view of history.
Oh.
Well, I don't know why it just escaped my brain for a moment, but yeah, it's very, very Whig view of history of you to bring that up. That it's old, it's in the past. Real communism hasn't been tried yet, of course.
Current political establishment and feeding them with empty promises.
I mean, there is kind of a vein of truth to that.
To which specifically?
The real communism has never been tried, because that phase of, look, it needs, the revolution needs to happen and it fades away. It's like, that's the part that's never going to happen, because that doesn't
You're not going to get rid of.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's
You're
how
not
I
going to get
see
rid of
it.
the despots. It's
I
never.
mean-
Yeah.
Like when it comes to the whole thing, communism has never been tried, and it's technically correct, but not in the way they think.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
if you, for example, okay, let's say you have a set of ideas. Like let's say I make up an ideology on the spot. Like I make it up, and then I have a follower of it. And you can bet your ass that this follower, despite saying that he supports my ideology and believes in it, won't follow it 100% correctly the way I put it out. Like he will still add in some of his own twists and turns in there. Because I feel like a more accurate, I would say, term for it is Marx's version of communism has never been tried, because in order to like actually implement these things, you would actually need to be in a position of power, but Marx wasn't in a position of power, and that's why, for example, when Lenin read his own works, he implemented his own ideas despite saying, okay, yeah, this is Marx's work.
Well, because
Lenin himself is a contradiction to Marx. Marx predicted that it was industrial states that would become communists. Russia was not an industrial state. That alone, is something.
No, and all the states that did end up becoming communist.
They tried to become one under communism.
Were pre-industrial, because it was easier to rabble the masses.
That did it themselves, because
right.
Eastern Europe counts.
Right, where it wasn't imposed from
that
the outside.
That and the First World War damaging the Russian army that certainly did help.
But essentially, the reason why that is correct, that real communism hasn't been tried, or at least hasn't been completed, is because you need a completely beneficent leader of the people who's part of the proletariat to lead the revolution, then engage in despotism, because inherently, as he says, and has been proven correct on this part, it will lead to despotism. But then as the despotic system wears on, is to slowly move it back from despotism and engage in the full communistic system where everyone is equal. But the problem is you never get people to let go of their power.
Not just
ever.
That. If you have a leader that is not part of the proletariat, is a new class.
Yes.
That's literally
inherent.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
democracy without democracy, basically.
You'd have to have part of the.
I mean, he calls it the dictatorship of the proletariat, while also calling it democratic. I mean, do with it what you want.
Is that again, Marx says, there's going to be despotism. There's going to be a couple of people in power who will be but they're temporary sort of, temporary leaders that are just there to help with the transitional period, and then they're just supposed to dissolve themselves. Well. Obviously, that part's never happened.
This is the plot of Gladiator. It is though.
But still though, and it is the plot of Gladiator. That's the part that you're not going to get to ever happen, I don't think, and that's why I guess real communism will never be tried, because I mean you're
because
they have to give up their power and go back to being serfs.
You know what that when we watched the Molbuk video where he says it's the axiom of 2 + 2 = 5, and if you have that as an axiom, you can prove insane shit. Like that is the axiom.
Precisely.
The axiom of this is 2 + 2 = 5. I think that's not true. No one is going to wield ultimate power and then just give it up. Especially if they made the revolution happen, because the first thing that would happen if they give up power is someone else is going to try and take it, because that's just how power works.
Not even that. The thing is, if you have ultimate power, if everything in the state is you, how do you give that away? Because someone has to replace you.
Right.
If the state is built around you, someone has to be there, otherwise everything's going to collapse in its own weight.
The hypothesis is that you've slowly worked down from the despotic system so that everyone has equal power, and then you can just kind of step down and nothing bad will happen. But again, this is a fever dream.
Yes, of course it is.
Reason why, yes, okay, I agree. Communism has been tried, has never been fully tried, because you can't get to that utopic version of things. It's just that the asks are so absurdist.
You need to revive Karl Marx for it first.
Right, that'd be the only way to do it.
With the situation.
Even arguably, is revive Karl Marx and get him to lead it, and then step down. Yeah. And even then, I don't think that would work, because other people will just come in and usurp power, as always happens.
Of resurrecting a bygone era that none of them ever actually experienced. An era surrounded by a fantastical aura of traditionalist grandeur.
Don't you want to bet if you revived Marx, he would just go, "Holy shit, you took that seriously? I just wrote this to get fucking paid."
Maybe.
I mean, technically, what one of the guys, I forgot which book it was, but I don't know Marx. I think maybe it was the Communist Manifesto, but I think it was either Marx or Engels that did not finish it, and he left it to a Swedish guy to finish it.
Oh.
And when he was about to finish it, he looked at it and he basically scrapped it and became a social democrat because welfare states became to appear around Europe, and it fixed the problems that Marx was attacking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Marx will be that different today.
No.
But by the way, that reminds me of the thing Spoon you said. I mean, that basically reminds me of this comic where I sent it in the group chat.
Oh yeah, where am I? Karl Marx resurrected you to lead the revolution. It's a bunch of furries and Antifa transgender things. Yeah. I don't think that's what he was.
He would be so ashamed he would kill himself.
I don't know if he'd... I think he'd just be confused.
Or that.
To be fair, if I'm revived at 100 years later, I probably would be a bit confused as well.
Yeah, exactly. You're just like, wait, what? For many reasons.
Starkly contrasts modern decadence, hedonism, and immorality that everyone rightly detests. This promise of resetting society back to a time where everything used to be fine and dandy would
by the way, okay, so this is something that Wolfgang noticed the first time we were watching this video. Like there is this is something Balkan Odyssey always does. He puts out this straw man, but he works it in this complicated manner where, like, for an ordinary guy, it just flies over their head. Like, where in that campaign did those guys ever say they want to reset society?
To reset society to a point where everything would be fine and dandy? This is no. As far as I know, no one thinks that. Because, well, maybe some people do. But the vast majority of people aren't thinking in utopic values. So they understand that the reason why I think most of us here prefer a monarchic system is not because it's utopic. It's because it's a very practical solution.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's the antithesis of utopia. That's a dystopia, but you know what I mean? It's the antithesis of utopic thinking, because it's very much, we're suggesting this as a practical solution for real world problems that hierarchy does help solve in many ways.
Truly possible or honest. But, as it always is with reactionary and regressive forces, the witness called history tends to expose their dishonest obscuration and mystification of the outdated system that kept our region in a backward state for centuries and whose primitive...
Backwards state primitive. For centuries.
Backwards and primitive. Serbia. Is that what he's saying? Serbia was backwards and primitive for centuries. That's interesting.
Well, to be fair.
Well, I mean, it's just telling though when they said, "Whoa, what was, who was doing better?" I guess Serbs before or after communism.
The thing is, not
or during or before.
Like, if we look at the Serbia, sure. Like, let's ignore all the political, historical context, like the Ottomans, ignore the wars, let's ignore everything. Right. Sure, it was bad. What about the UK? What about France? What about Germany? They were monarchies as well, and they were doing very well.
Yes.
You can't bring up...
France had a lot of problems at one point. Well, I think they had, like, a really bloody revolution.
Okay, but when you bring up France and the monarchy, all they think about is Marie Antoinette
Napoleon.
And Napoleon. Well, even with Napoleon, you can make some good arguments for that. But they think of Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake. But it's like this is another major foible in the anti-monarchist arguments I often see, is that they will bring up very specific examples of particular monarchs who were shitty, rather than looking at how long monarchy has been used as a system of government and in how many nations in different countries, whatever you want to call them, because many of them don't exist anymore or have become amalgamations. It was pretty much only system in the vast majority of the world for the entirety of human history. So yeah, you're going to have some European history and much of Asian and North African. So are you going to have some bad examples when you're looking at 3,000, 4,000 years of history? Yeah.
Like when they look at a system, they expect it to be 100% foolproof, crystal clear, perfect. And then once there is just one little crack in the wall, they want to tear it all down and say, "Oh, it's all bad. It's all bad.
Failed.
It's just the entire crack."
Right. Well, it is ironic because if you want to do that, we could talk about. You want to talk about the Great Leap Forward. You want to talk about the famines that have occurred, not just in China, but in the Soviet Union. You talk about all of the horrible things that happen. How about you want to talk about the Holodomor? If you want to say that one bad thing happening means the entire system of government is thereby bunk, I think communism, well, of course, not real communism, because of course this is the
By that logic, I can say democracy has failed because it elected Joe Biden.
You can certainly say democracy is a failure because of its failures. That's not a very good argument, though. That's a really piss poor argument.
This legacy they are trying to rehabilitate. Yes, their assertion that there will never be any substantial change under a parliamentary republic is indeed correct, but is followed by a very problematic twist.
You've seen the way the American
Their
republic is right
counter-suggestion
now?
to the deficiencies of bourgeois politics is arguably even worse for the average working-class person, and seems to contain a Machiavellian echo of the past, namely the reasoning of the 6th of January dictatorship in the former Kingdom of Yugoslavia. With this, I'm referring to the period in Yugoslav history when King Alexander I of the Karađorđević dynasty responded to the decade-long failures and insolvable contradictions of Yugoslav parliamentarism by introducing...
I find it incredibly funny that the fault is not about, Yugoslavia being like a shit on ethnicities that do not want to be part of it, but it's about the monarchy.
That is an interesting point, yeah. Then the ongoing problems in former Yugoslavia now.
But as we know, communism completely fixed Yugoslavia, all of its issues, and then nothing bad happened in the 90s.
No.
Definitely there was not a shit ton of massacres there.
No, not at all. That communism fixed all of that, and the ethnic issues just evaporated into the ether.
I genuinely despise this argument, which is, boiling down complex issues, that have a lot of background, they are not black and white, you have to go back and have to look at the precedents and just say, the king is bad. I hate that so much.
It is insufferable. And it also, it's historically, I don't know, I don't think it's illiterate or ignorant, because I think he probably knows better, but is choosing to very selectively ignore.
From my experience, he actually identifies himself more as a Yugoslav and actually sees all the former Yugoslav countries as his homeland. So he's talking from a very Yugoslavist perspective. Which okay, let me be clear: the 99% of people there do not care about.
No, but I do think that to be a strange thing to leave out, whether you consider yourself Yugoslavian or not, to pretend as if it was the king that created the problems between the ethnic groups in former Yugoslavia, and not nothing else.
He is specifically talking from his own vision. He feels like a Yugoslavist, and that automatically means everyone else felt like it, and that must mean the king was at fault for Yugoslavia failing, rather than this fucking abomination that emerged after World War I.
Yeah, there it is. It's
I'm
more
sure
solipsism.
The Croats loved it so much. I mean, they really showed it to the Germans all of the Serbs.
But
I'm not wrong.
No, I don't think so. But I also think you're right, Lavender. I think that it's he's doing some mind reading. He's projecting. He's saying, because this is how I feel, this must be how all people in Serbia, Bosnia, Kosovo, etc. must all feel the same way, I guess.
Yeah.
Introducing a military dictatorship that outlawed all political parties, introduced mass censorship, disbanded parliament, and concentrated power into the hands of himself as the ruling monarch. This strongman political move of 1929 was nothing but a reflection of the inability of...
Which Lenin never did. Or Stalin.
the Serbian bourgeoisie, to tame the fuming national, economic, and political contradictions within the kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, to solve the national question and advance the productive forces of the country. This hegemonic attempt of the Serbian king to bring the marauding tribes of the Frankenstein creation that he renamed to the Kingdom of Yugoslavia under his control, through the forceful obstruction of bourgeois democratic procedures that were self-evidently fruitless and destructive, clearly gives us a historical precedent for the contemporary mumblings of restoring the Kingdom of Serbia, due to the failures of bourgeois democracy that is openly subservient to the interests of imperialism.
Okay, kind of an interesting thing that he said there that I think is Spoon and I might like, and we might all appreciate, is that he's saying when democracies fail, people seek a strong leader, they seek an autocrat.
They do.
And then which Aristotle predicted and has yet to be proven wrong about, in well, maybe in a couple cases, but not in terms of his statistical track record. So, but that's somehow wrong. Instead, the proletariat should have risen up, and it was and
the Poles having too much freaking influence in the democratic system is what makes it shit in the bloody first place. Why would you give them more power?
Well, of course, because he wanted the democratic system to instead, because
usher in the utopian vision that I have in my head.
Right. Instead of saying no, we don't like the system, and to ask for the autocracy back, the monarchic autocracy, to instead rise up for the proles to rise up, and just as they did, by the way, but they didn't go for the system that he prefers.
I mean, he essentially contradicts himself, First he blames the king.
Yes.
But then he says the king is actually at fault.
And then he blames the proles.
Solve the national question.
Which is, well, he blames the bourgeois, but he's blaming the proles. Ultimately, he's calling them bourgeois, but he is blaming the proles, because they're the ones who supported this. You can call them bourgeois if you want, but you're blaming the average people for this. You just labeling them as bourgeois, I don't think makes them not proletariat at the end of the day, because your definition of bourgeois is so fast and loose from what I've seen.
I mean, essentially, this segment is filled with mumble jumble.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really make an actual point, It just says, oh, he failed to, to fill the national question, so the monarchy is bad.
Right,
and
of course.
He just stumbles on, like, for once, he immediately contradicts himself, not just on the monarchy question, but even on even the idea that he says there's a national question automatically implies, that for some reason, a lot of people inside Yugoslavia don't want to be part of it.
Oh, weird.
But that's apparently all on the monarchy's fault, and definitely not because this whole state was a failure from the beginning.
Well, again, he contradicts himself. It's both the monarchy's fault and the bourgeois, which are what he's actually talking about is the proletariat. It's everybody's fault that he just didn't get the system of government that he wanted in former Yugoslavia. That he
it's the Croats' fault that they didn't want to be part of Yugoslavia. It's
everybody's fault.
They should have wanted to be part of it because I say so.
Yes, it's everybody's fault. That's great. Very excellent. Great point, man.
Although modern monarchist charlatans may claim that the restoration...
Here we go.
We got a bunch of modern monarchist charlatans here.
Hello.
...of the kingdom would free us from this deadlock and initiate progress and development, our own history shows us that this kind of reaction to a crumbling establishment can only lead to the exact opposite.
I think you're using the term progress. We don't use that. I at least don't use that term progress for a very specific reason. Because again, we're talking about the Whig view of history.
Very difficult to be in favor of progress and also be reactionary.
Yeah, a
kind
little
of
bit.
Weird.
So
kind of
I'm not
contradictory.
You can make the point that there's two types of progress: the progress that is good and the progress that is bad.
I think
Both
that's
are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Like 1930s, a lot of good progress, and a certain German dictator as well.
Well, and again, I think
the Austrian Larper, yeah.
The word progress in English and in English politics, or English, I think in politics in general, the word progress has come to have a very left-leaning loading to it. That what I would describe as progress, like you said, is Wolfgang, it would be positive or negative progress. But from the left position, progress is the same thing. It only goes in one direction. All progress is good progress. So I just
like a certain Mr. Schmittler then.
Yeah, right. I just pick up on certain words. So
a proto-fascist regime that will only sharpen these contradictions to the...
It's a proto-fascist regime.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah,
we knew it was coming.
Did you know that fascism existed during the times of the Roman Empire?
Yeah, apparently.
I have genuinely seen people call the Roman Empire fascism, so that doesn't surprise
Look, they
me
use
at
a fasces, therefore they're fascist.
all. Oh, I hate that. Even France uses fucking fascist. Even America.
Everyone's fascist. They use the fasces.
You know, I just realized fascism did to monarchy what COVID did to the flu.
I don't think that's quite that bad, because they've been...
As far as rhetoric goes, yeah, it's basically it. Like, no one thinks anything before fascism actually existed. Like, any imperial type of leader before fascism basically just doesn't exist. Yeah, it's replaced it as far as the rhetoric goes.
Because it's an autocratic system. And that is true, because when I did my recent video on that, it was true that people... You gave them a very, very basic definition of autocracy, which is that, you know, a strong single ruler.
Is Hitler.
And they looked at it and went, "Oh, that's fascist." Well, no, it's not.
Yeah.
That could be any number of systems of government.
Yeah.
So
basically, you were ruled by a fascist under the rule of King George.
It could be a military junta. It could be one strong single leader. That could be a military junta.
Pinochet.
That could be fascism. That could be monarchy. That could be North Korea. So powerful single ruler has nothing to do with fascism inherent. I mean, it is, but not limited to.
This is something they always fail to understand, because here's the thing: if something, a certain concept, a certain idea, like for example, existed way before fascism, then by definition it isn't fascist, because its lifespan is longer than that of fascism. When this idea was developed, there was no sort of thing like fascism. Even if, for example, fascism adopts this idea, like uses this idea, that doesn't mean that this idea is inherently fascist in of itself, because again, it predates fascism.
But also, it's contradictory. Look at the entirety. The idea of trying to connect monarchy and fascism is so absurdist. Because how many monarchies throughout history, and maybe there have been some that I'm not aware of, have collectivized industry in the way that you get under fascism or under communism? You don't get that. It's very different. Usually, monarchies tend to be pretty more libertarian about the way that people run their individual businesses. They're going to collect taxes from you in order to fund the crown. And fund the army, most specifically, to defend, which is safety, security. Like, that's a big part of what, in my opinion, the only thing the government should do is provide security from, and to help uphold contracts. Those are the two things, excuse me. And but outside of that, like in terms of integrating the economic system and individual businesses into the government, that's not a part of monarchy traditionally. So it's a part of other autocratic systems, fascism and communism, but not generally speaking monarchy. So to then call it proto-fascistic is ridiculous.
I mean, the funniest thing I find about the whole everyone is fascist debate is because over here, at least in Austria, during the 1930s, this was a very funny situation because Mussolini's Italy, supported Austria and independent Austria, while Nazi Germany, wanted to annex Austria. And in 1934, they almost went to war. Italy almost invaded Germany over that. And when you try to explain this concept to someone who just thinks everything, authoritarian is fascist, they literally cannot comprehend it. Because according to them, everything that is not democratic is fascist. The fascist does everything that in the fight with fascists is like these, how do you call it? Certain mustache man had a theory about that.
Yes.
These are the same people who say, Italy was allied with Nazi Germany. That must mean they were Nazi as well. They sympathized with Nazi ideology. Like, no. Have you ever heard of a little thing called pragmatism?
Finland, mate.
Like just because this is something very much
Japan was fascist as well,
it means Japan was also fascistic, even though at the time.
People literally believe Japan is fascist because that's what Hoi For says.
But that logic is America or Britain communist because they sided with Russia.
Well, I would say in that conflict, I suppose so.
Like, for example, in, like, let's say World War II, in these conflicts, people cannot really look into the future and see how things will turn out. They adapt to the way they think and their circumstance. So, for example, Italy sided with Germany, not because they actually believed in National Socialism, but because they thought it would be best for their own national interest to advance their own ideas, not because they actually agreed with everything Hitler stood for. And this is like the case with a lot of countries and a lot of movements that have, for example, collaborated with the Nazis. They didn't collaborate because they genuinely believed in National Socialism and the ideas espoused by Adolf Hitler, but because they saw the Nazis as a sort of leverage. Like,
you know who's also one of them? You know who's also one of them? The Soviet Union.
I mean, you can literally look at the Baltic SS legions, you know? They were formed by the Germans. They were SS legions. Now, 4 volunteers, but SS nonetheless. And after the war, they, you know, those legionnaires, SS legionnaires, were employed by the Allies to guard, you know, Goering, Keitel at the Nuremberg trials. You know, they were former SS legionnaires that were literally employed by the Allies to guard the fucking high-ranking Nazis, you know? Why? Well, if you are Estonian, you were invaded by a fucking Russian, and now the Germans come in, I wonder who you're gonna side with, you know? It's very simple. You don't have the luxury of being independent in that case.
And not to mention that the average fucking potato farmer in Latvia is gonna know everything about the Holocaust and what is going on in Auschwitz and stuff.
Precisely. That's another massively important point, is that the average person, the farmer, the person who has no involvement with the military, they had no idea what was going on. They're completely removed from it.
Depends on the region, you know?
Like, yes, it does depend on the region.
We've had massacres, you're probably going to know, but that's about the
Right,
region.
Yeah. Depends on the region, right? I mean, like, that's happened all throughout World War II. Again, also looking at the like Kachin massacre and stuff. People around that area didn't know that was going on. I mean, some of them do, obviously, but the extent of the Soviet extermination of the Polish was obscene, and that's not something that's not like, unlike, you know, the Holocaust, which gets brought up constantly in this fascism.
I mean,
fascism
there's a reason why Goebbels, you know, loved Africa Front, you know, to send them against the Africa Front to you know, let people forget about the Eastern Front. You know,
well, there were also black soldiers who fought for the SS. Which
not SS, but they were
not SS, the other lead. Yeah.
The Wehrmacht.
Yeah, Wehrmacht, yeah.
Also Indian soldiers, you know, like
and Indian soldiers.
Yeah,
as well?
they were Indian ones. I don't know about the Africans, but
they were Russians. You know, when you are losing a war, you don't have the benefit of ideology.
The Ukrainians.
Ironically, despite the entire policies of Nazi Germany, like being racially pure and such, they literally had one of, if not the most multicultural and multi-ethnic army in the entire world.
Which it's just.
I would make the case the British had a more diverse army.
American probably had the most diverse.
Hypocrisy just by looking at the end of the war, you know. At the end of the war, Himmler was literally releasing Jewish, you know, concentration camp inmates who, you know, be able to get some leverage to get the fuck out and not get, you know, hanged at Nuremberg.
Again, the whole thing is pretty all the contentions hanging up about World War II in this way, I think, are largely it's pointless to discuss them because people believe in what they're going to believe in, and they're not really interested in the actual historical reality. They've just, and this is the same thing I think that's going back to go back into the video, is that he's decided that monarchy is the bad team, and that all, you know, Spoon and I often joke that like, oh, there's dozens of us, dozens. But the reality is that in a lot of countries there is large portions of the population that have support for a monarch, because we get made fun of as being English speakers, you know, who talk about this, particularly because Americans can't comprehend it. I think. Brits are more able to, but Americans find the idea largely very like incomprehensible because we've never had one technically.
I mean,
we did, but you know,
he wasn't their own basically.
So, I think that there is a little bit here where he's probably unable to, either unable or unwilling to actually deal with or approach the things that people who support monarchy are saying, so instead has to create a strong.
Because before he became a communist, he was actually quite a nationalist and monarchist guy.
Really?
Yeah. He then made this.
So this is a reaction then.
I mean, he basically made an entire video like discussing how I went from Serbian nationalist to Marxist-Leninist. So he ironically, even though he is a self-proclaimed, Marxist, class that transcends all national boundaries, he still has a lot of Serbian biases, even though he doesn't acknowledge it.
Guys, Croats are home. They should be Yugoslavian.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, let's continue with the video.
Yeah.
The point where actual fascist and Nazi ghouls show their ugly faces in supposed self-defense.
Totally not
Just like
biased.
the Ustashe were thus given a justification for their existence and subsequent crimes against humanity on the basis of rejecting the tyranny of this newly founded pro-Serbian hegemonic aberration that tried to cement the political predominance of one people group at the expense of others.
Okay, by the way, he also fails to mention the fact that the Ustashe were not even that popular. Like, the only reason, the Ustashe were literally on the brink of becoming irrelevant, and the only reason why they even came to power was because the original guy, who the Germans thought of as leading the collaboration government, refused to form it, and then the Ustashe were the only Croat group that would actually be willing to side with them. So basically, the Ustashe weren't put in power because the Croats, the average fucking Croat literally would not even hear of what an Ustashe is. He doesn't know. I'm gonna have you all guess when the Axis forces invaded Yugoslavia. Care to guess how much Ante Pavelić, when Ante Pavelić and the Ustashe started marching on Zagreb to take control, care to guess how many Ustashe soldiers there were that followed them? And by the way, he mobilized all of them. Care to guess how many of them?
Oh, geez. Well, I'm gonna guess it's fairly low thousands. 10, 15, something like that.
It's actually I mentioned it in my video. Now I fucking forgot. Okay, there were exactly 200.
Oh, 200. I thought you made it sound like it was gonna be really 200 altogether. I thought 200,000. I was just like, whoa, that's way big. Okay, 200.
No, only 200 Ustashe were there when they invaded, and the only reason they even got into power was not because the Croat people genuinely wanted them, but because there was literally no other alternative for the Germans to look to, because the original guy refused. I made an entire video about this where I'm basically breaking down this whole thing. The Germans actually ran numbers on how popular Ante Pavelić's regime was among Croats, and the results only came out to be where is it? Only 2%.
Oh my god.
Wow.
The only reason why the independent state of Croatia survived was because there were hundreds of thousands of German and Italian troops just garrisoning everything. If the Germans and Italians had pulled out, Pavelić's regime would crumble in of itself in less than a week.
Wow.
With that kind of support, yeah.
Yeah, obviously. Jeez. That's fascinating, though. Well, again, I majorly overestimated.
However, this is not to say that a renewed resurrection of monarchist social relations would yield identical results in this historical situation and in the context of the Serbian state. That would be naive and ahistorical. The point that I'm trying to hammer home is that we have witnessed the ocean of socioeconomic contradictions of the monarchist platform on our own soil firsthand, barely 100 years ago, with the horrors and atrocities of World War II as its tragic consequences. It is thus our intellectual duty to investigate these failures and injustices, and stop those who try to relativize and obscure them for their own political agenda.
You are definitely not going to do right now.
Is he just going to bet to do that with communism, you think? Just making a guess.
It's not real communism.
Monarchy, something noble and benevolent, is not only intellectually dishonest for ignoring the well-documented historical instances of its tragic existence, but it also indicates that we care more about national mysticism and royalist intrigue than we do about the actual social and economic well-being of the average.
Yeah, do you know why, by the way? Because that's what brings people together. This mysticism, or you would call it the idea of the national history, the national mythology, is what brings people together so that they're willing to do, by the way, things that are pro-social, contribute towards their fellow citizens, because we have a shared history.
Do you know what brings together? You know what brings together class content?
People of all classes.
No, capitalism actually.
Well, yes, but also having a shared national history, having a shared cultural mythos, brings people together, makes them feel more familial, so that they would be willing to help people out who are in lower positions, where they're struggling, they're down on their luck.
Yeah, I don't like mass migration either.
But we're all, whatever the country is, doesn't matter if it's Serbia, doesn't matter if it's, well, the U.S. is kind of weird because of the melting pot, but it doesn't matter. So because the country is mostly homogenous, and say we are this thing and we have this history together, that's how you inspire people to help each other. More so than forcing them to, generally speaking. Forcing them to create psychological reactants, which makes them not want to do that.
Working class person that lay forgotten behind layers of spectacular golden facades and metaphysical veils. In order to investigate the class content and actual socioeconomic consequences.
This is something I literally just mentioned. He examines one singular period, like one small period, and oopsie that was made due to the political climate and such. That means, okay, bring it all fucking down. It's the system.
Exactly. I mean, that's been his seeming argument the entire time. One oopsie means you have to destroy it.
Of monarchist hegemony, let us address yet another pretentious point that Serbian monarchists try to package as something noble. Namely, how, quote, by restoring the Kingdom of Serbia, we would immediately improve her prestige in the world, placing her among the most prestigious European monarchies. We will have a stable country and national unity.
Yeah, you would actually.
Yeah, there's not that many, so yeah.
The Republic has managed to unite the ruling and opposition parties around crucial national questions. Only the king has managed to do so. Today, Serbs need unity above all else. First things first, the quote-unquote prestige they're boasting about, and the sacred place among the glorified European monarchies, is a childish myth.
Oh my god, okay. Let him go. Sorry, let him cook.
The laws of the capitalist socioeconomic order are immune to superficial medieval notions of national prestige, popularized in movies and TV shows that depict feudal relations.
You realize this existed, right? I don't know how this is through television.
Monarchic prestige was invented by TV and movies. Okay.
I really find it funny that they completely forgot when an ambassador comes to your country, regardless if it is a republic or a monarchy, there's always a ceremony for a fucking reason.
Yes.
You always put this show, because there's a fucking reason behind that. There's the same reason monarchies have show, the republic.
It happens in every country. Precisely. When an ambassador comes to the United States, there's a big show. It's not because the United States is a monarchy. Well, it doesn't matter. It's just this is the.
By the way, guys, did you know that Hollywood invented monarchism to sell Game of Thrones?
They did, clearly.
And Lord of the Rings. Don't forget Lord of the Rings.
And Hollywood invented.
Oh no! Aragorn was specifically invented for Trump to meme him.
And Aragorn was also black. I learned that recently. Oh my gosh!
No, he could lead people.
Spectacles of royalist intrigue that have nothing to do with actually prevailing socioeconomic dynamics of that era, and less so of our current one. Moreover, those very prestigious European monarchies have for centuries been bastions of state-sponsored terrorism and colonial genocide.
Oh no, here we go.
Oh my god.
I really wonder what colonies Bavaria had.
Yes, because Russia definitely didn't try to expand across the world when they had a revolutionary power either.
But by the way, that actually reminds me of a certain thing, of a certain argument I had with a guy. It was unfortunately on Reddit. And
I'm sorry you had to go there.
Don't feel sorry for me. I am willingly there, and yeah, I'm basically stabbing myself in the foot. And I basically had this argument with this guy on. Okay, give me a second. I think I can find it. Okay, I know under which it is. Okay, found this post. Now to find the wait. Here we go. So then, then I basically said to this guy that that feeling when imperialism exists over 1,000 years before the idea of capitalism was even invented. And then he basically says market economies didn't exist before capitalism. That's like saying the sun, blah blah blah. And then he basically goes on about imperialism. Such then I ask, okay, let me get this straight from you. A country that does imperialism in order to grow its economy, expand the market, and sum total of the country's ruling class capital is a country that's inherently capitalistic. Am I right? And then he responds, yes. Now you're getting it. If you're gonna say by that definition that the USSR was imperialist, then you're being kind of clever. And in fact, some communists do think this. But the reality is that the USSR expanded its borders for a different reason than imperialism, but in a similar way, to have access to wider markets to meet the demands of industry and agriculture of the population, rather than to increase the total capital in the hands of the 1%. I'm actually I don't know. I don't know what's funnier here. The fact that he's basically trying to mask imperialism or something else, or that he literally just admitted that the Soviet Union could not feed its own people.
He did both, I think. He admitted that, yeah, the Soviet Union couldn't feed its own people, but also they engaged in imperialism, but it was okay when we did it.
Yeah, but no,
by another name.
But the reality is that the USSR expanded its borders for a different reason, to have access to wider markets, to meet the demands of industry.
I'm sure the East Germans love that wall.
What a fantastic post. It really is. Yeah, but it's okay when we do it, because we need
It's
it
literally
to.
what they say for everything.
I know, it always is. It's okay when we do it.
Is that not Hitler's exact argument with Lebensraum?
I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Okay, guys, communism is Nazi confirmed. Communism is Nazi confirmed.
Oh, here we are at our horseshoe again. But yeah, the Lebensraum, it's fine when we do it. Wow, that's. That is the only reason
they were doing it for the right reasons.
It's the only the right reasons, more like. But that's.
I mean, technically, the thing is, in Hitler's mind, and I'm not saying that's what is good or bad. I'm just saying, according to Hitler, he wanted to get Lebensraum, to get living space to provide German people
to expand the German empire,
the markets, give them like the best utopia, essentially. It's not that far different from an argument when you think about it. It's literally the same argument, the same logic.
It is, more or less, yeah. If you don't mind taking a break here for just 1 second, because we're about halfway through, and I do want to finish this. I'm going to read through the super chats because there's quite a few. Right. I want to see if there's some questions. So if you don't mind, we usually get to them more quickly, but
actually, there is a few.
Leventa Guide for Two says, "Hey, Crown Crew, what's on the menu tonight?"
Commies.
Obviously, well, currently we have an image of them carving up the world of the evil capitalists. Imperialist pig dogs.
That is a British caricature of the piece of mignon between Napoleon and the
British. It's a caricature, yeah. Let's see. Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €5 says, "Did the French ever have any based monarchies? Or based monarchies, excuse me. I understand that might be a contradiction in terms, them being French by default, but still. Yes, there have been some pretty good French monarchs, yeah. Well, there's been a lot of Louis, but there have been some fairly good French monarchs.
15 at least, I believe.
Yeah. Potato Chip for €2 says, "Yes, but Spoon is more natural." I think you're talking about the pretension. Lance for 5 says, "I don't think I've ever used bourgeois even once in my life unironically. Distance yourself from anyone who uses that term in common parlance."
Agreed.
Probably good call. DRT is King for 2 says, "Spoon, your voice is worse."
Thanks for that.
Lamented Guide for 5 says, "Oh, you have Lavender on. His videos have been my new addiction lately. Thanks, Spoon. LOL."
You're welcome.
British Knight for £5 says, "Monarchy is the perfect compromise between individual freedoms, collective tradition, and culture, and strong national identity." I agree,
Agreed.
British Knight, but we all know you and I agree. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for 10 says, "This guy sounds like he's trying to mimic Carl Sagan badly." Oh, yeah. A bit, huh? A Balkan Odyssey. Does sound a bit like he's trying to sound like Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan had a bit more of inflection to his voice, though. Dark Phoenix for 5 says, "Cats do think they're royalty, so yes, Catboy Spoon definitely is more pretentious."
Okay, I can just say this for now. You people are never going to make this a meme, no matter how hard you try.
Warblade for 35 ZAR says, "Classic propaganda. Don't go to university, kids. They'll brainwash you."
Agreed.
Yep.
Yeah.
DRT is...
University is such a fucking scam, by the way.
It really is. Speaking as someone who was working on a PhD. Well, I almost got there, have a master's degree.
To be fair, if I need to have an operation and I need a doctor, I would rather have the doctor go to university, right?
Yes,
Yeah, true.
that's true. That's true. But only really the doctor. Like, doctor philosophy kind of cringe.
True, but it kind of depends on where. Because if you said an American university right now, I would go no. If you said to me someone in, I don't know,
No,
Europe, maybe.
Wait, I meant an actual university, the place where you actually learn how to cut someone open, not the playground.
Right.
No. You need to learn gender ideology instead. It will help you more.
I feel like if you learn gender ideology and a doctor, something is going to go horribly wrong.
When the patient comes in having a heart attack, you just first spend 20
Are you
hours
trans?
figuring out what gender they are.
Do you support Ukraine?
Oh God, right.
All right, that is a funny one. I'll give you that.
DRT is King for 10 says, with unlimited time and money, I'll be working on my 40,000, my 40k, 30k armies. My Craft World Gala ban would be canonical size. Same with my Loyalist Emperor's Children Millennial. Also, Diana deserved it.
Ouch.
Ouch.
What's the lore behind Diane?
Oh, well, she was cheating.
Apparently, with a rugby,
Dodie,
with the Capital Davis rugby team.
But with the
Is that Crowder's wife? Is that Crowder's wife or
no? They both look so much like their father. They both look so much like Charles. I doubt it. But she was cheating with the. They got his ears really
William,
hardcore.
yes. Harry, no.
Harry maybe not. But Diana was pretty much confirmed to be cheating with her rugby coach, and then later with Dodi Al Fayed, who was the man who was in the car with her when she was killed. DRT's King for 2 says
she died in a Mercedes Benz.
DRT's King for 2 says American federalism is democratic feudalism. Maybe. Dustin Shoepack for 5 says I wouldn't die on that hill spoon. It's about like the 969th summit in Massachusetts. I'm not sure what that was in relationship to. Oh, I think the 969th summit in Massachusetts is called. It has a funny name. And DRT's King for 10 says, you know who hated the Nazis from the Night of the Long Knives? Kaiser Wilhelm II. But putting the Kaiser back on the throne was unacceptable to the colonies and State Department. Hence, same with Italy. Yes, it was.
Ironically, I've heard so much fucking cope that Kaiser Wilhelm II was a Nazi just because he congratulated that one time when Hitler invaded France, and that was it.
It wasn't his. None of this stuff was his choice.
The thing is, the telegram was actually quite a provocation, because the way the Kaiser addressed Hitler, you took Paris, I think it was Paris or France, I don't remember. Regards, you took France with my army,
Yeah.
Hitler was very pissed at it, actually, ironically. It was
that's like a pretty based shade. It's like, it's my army, you fucking.
And not to mention, like, around this time, the Nazis had already invaded Netherlands. Like, they were actually now at his house, and now he had to be careful with what he was saying.
Yes, precisely. So the idea that the Kaiser was somehow pro-Nazi when they usurped him is a little bit.
The thing is, I think when the Nazis came to power, there was generally the German public, there was generally like these how do you call it, feeling of national like rebirth, like the republic is gone, and that's not just the Kaiser, also even social democrats, we have a lot of people in broader political spectrum that felt this sort of, I guess you can call it loyalty.
It was a wanderlust. It was a wanderlust for old Germany after the Treaty of Versailles. Germany was so
not just that, after the
humiliated,
after the government, after everything. Germany was not in a great position, and even like the Stauffenberg, the conspirators of the July plot, most of the resistance against Hitler, when Hitler came to power, the vast majority were, if not supportive, at least so not against, but not in favor. And I think that is the thing that's, if your country is literally in the shit, where employment is rising, like a lot in the Great Depression, and this guy comes in, he storms this, he's basically, Hitler is a newcomer to the German political scene, it just, out of nowhere, he controls most of the Reichstag. I think a lot of people, would, certain way, give him a chance, and it's very easy to judge with hindsight. Very easy
Of
to
course,
judge.
of course. Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom and grab another drink.
Alright.
But go ahead. Anybody who else wants to control the thing? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're going to wait for you.
Oh no! Go.
Nah, she'll be literally
no.
like 30 seconds.
Yeah, it'll give me like a minute. Tops. Go ahead.
All right,
But
let's
also of
continue
the
then.
Balkan Peninsula itself, of untold atrocities and crimes against humanity of the Spanish, British, and French empires,
The Spanish Empire in Croatia.
whose contemporary remnants serve as symbolic relics celebrating this hegemonic past, which has slowly transitioned from full-blown colonialism and imperialism into more subtle neo-colonial arrangements that try to whitewash the bloodstains of hundreds of millions of people from their shiny crowns. This desperately yearned prestige in the world scene draws its roots from the relatively favorable position of the Serbian kingdom and the kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes in the power constellation of continental Europe in the two world wars. It's an echo of petty desperation to be accepted by the great imperialist powers and have them quote-unquote on our side, as we did in the past, until they ultimately turned their backs on us as soon as their interests shifted, ignoring the
Marxist discovers geopolitical interests.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Oh, next time he's going to tell me Hitler.
Like he genuinely thinks that just because a country has like two countries have a monarchy that they're automatically gonna get along well. That's not how it works.
Oh, I know a certain period in world history where that happened a lot. It happened between 1914 and 1918, you know?
The self-serving and hegemonic nature of this support and alliance throughout history. Boasting about British, French, or Russian sympathies from the past is ridiculous, considering the subservient and practically colonized position of the Serbian and Yugoslav states in these arrangements in the epoch of this allegedly glorious international prestige.
Yeah, because that's literally how fucking world diplomacy works. Do you think Serbia would have fucking been in the state it is today if it wasn't allied with Russia in World War One?
No.
Would Serbia have been in such a perfect position, completely defend itself from everything without any allies? Because okay, here's the thing: in these, he is right on one thing. Major world powers are not interested in meddling in tinier nations if there isn't something in it for them. Like that's just that's geopolitical interest 101. However, some
human
nations,
nature, actually.
Yeah, and basically, like, or for example, if you got Russia, I mean, it's not actually always the case. Like, for example, the reason why Russia defended Serbia was because, mach Slavic ties, mach Orthodox Brotherhood. But even if you look at it that way, they still wanted to, like, influence Serbia to, spread their own influence through Serbia into the Balkans.
So did not even have an official alliance with Serbia at that time.
Yeah, look, like, he is, I'd say, kind of right in that thing. Like, major world powers are not going to be interested or defend a smaller nation just because they are good buddies with them. They will always expect something in it for them if they are meddling with another nation. But that doesn't mean that the smaller nation will have it inherently bad. Because as I said, would Serbia be in the position it is today if Russia never came to its defense?
No.
Oh, true. I don't know what you're talking about, though. The United States is just supporting Ukraine because they're a smaller nation. I heard it from Kamala Harris. She explained it to us. She said, Ukraine is a country. It exists near a bigger country called Russia. Russia invaded a smaller country called Ukraine. That's a direct quote. Kamala Harris.
And that's
why we have
bad.
to support them. And that's bad.
Thing is, do you think that's the real reason behind it?
No, obviously
No.
not.
The thing is, it is very easy because politicians still need to justify it, And, in the Iraq War, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, but everyone knows why they invaded. They didn't give a shit about Kuwait. And you can make the same case for Ukraine, Like, America doesn't give a shit about Ukraine, but it gives a shit about Russia. And they want to, recover from the...
Biden gives a shit about Ukraine because of his financial involvement with it.
Because one thing I find amazing with the Ukraine war, no one in the mainstream media has actually said why it's beneficial for any American taxpaying money to go there.
Because Russia bad.
In terms of geopolitics, to be fair, America is basically humiliating its old rival.
Yeah.
I mean, although to be fair, out of every great power, the war in Ukraine has been the best for Europe, in my opinion, because it's literally forced Europe to remilitarize finally. The fucking God knows what many years. And for once in our history, the French are actually investing in the military. The Germans, who really couldn't even afford fucking helicopters, they are now actually developing tanks. The Germans developing tanks.
First time in a long time, that's for sure. But they're developing military technology to send to Ukraine for this bizarre proxy war, which, let's be honest, it's I'm going to just use the term globo homo, because I think it's the best way to describe it. Globo homo West versus Russia, which isn't involved in it.
So it's
versus BRICS.
It's the Americans, the French, and the Germans against the apparent communists. No, it's General Patton's fucking wet dream.
Oh God, there you go, right?
Yeah.
To be fair, I don't think the person who's winning the most is actually Lukashenko with all this.
Yeah.
I mean, Prigozhin all of a sudden stops his march on Moscow, and Lukashenko comes in to save the day. If that guy doesn't want to be president of Russia, I don't know what he wants to be.
Oh, we've summoned my commie friend, Commie Mark. Did someone say Tankie is? Mark, I don't think you'd be super fond of this guy's videos either. Just to be fair, maybe we should get back to it soon.
Yeah,
but
like TLDR, like Balkan Odyssey is essentially right in what he is saying here. Like, obviously, bigger nations are gonna always want something in return for helping smaller nations. But the way he represents it's like he fucking found the fucking Ocean Gate submarine.
Yeah.
Like this is
he found the sub.
Something new. It's completely new. It's completely mind blowing. How didn't we think of this?
Oh, that bigger nations want to help smaller nations because it allows them to align. Whoa!
Tankie finds out about the concept of Europe.
I know. Big mind blowing.
Like this whole thing can be summarized in Tankie discovers geopolitics 101.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
let's get back into this.
Tankie discovers self-interest.
A stable country and national unity, when it comes to crucial national questions, is a fairy tale, conjured up by those who ignorantly dismiss the class divisions within every given nation-state, and the further petty sectarian differentiations of the ruling stratum itself, with various bourgeois groupings, organizations, and parties that will inevitably hold very different views on social, political, and economic issues, all nonetheless united around the prospect of protecting capitalism.
I don't think that's accurate. The things that he described earlier in this video that he described as bourgeois were, again, family and religion. I'm not sure that applies now to what he's now described as a dedication to capitalism. I don't think that those are analogous things.
He needs to change the definitions to fit his narrative, doesn't he?
Apparently.
Insisting how these different fractions of the
I would like to ask him, what do you think is better at supplying the needs of the so-called materialistic class? Do you think it's monarchy or is it democracy? And if it's the...
Well, he doesn't like either one.
Yes, but if it's the democratic one, why are they not arguing for that?
Because he doesn't think either are as apt as his system.
Yes, but I'm saying in terms of if you want to get these people to advocate for a system that will give you the most material goodies, and if it's that democracy, then surely these people advocating for democracy or advocating for monarchy tells you that their main class concern is not just exclusively with material well-being.
But you're still a serf in democracy.
You see, my needs are your needs, and if you don't have my needs, you are wrong.
Silence, Commie.
I say so.
Right, but then from his perspective, you're still a serf under democracy, which, by the way, I agree with, but to a certain degree. Yeah. You're a serf no matter what is the difference, and
you're a serf with imaginary power.
Yeah, so he just doesn't like either one. But this is his video where he's angry at monarchy, so that's his focus here.
Economic classes within a given nation-state can be magically united under one iron fist, that of a king or a president.
Iron fist?
That is what happens.
A well-known ideology whose...
I mean, it is what happens, but iron fist only happens under monarchy.
Do you remember how this entire thing started? Like what he was talking about? What the points in that program of the...
Oh yeah. wait.
Do one of you remember that?
Let's go back. Let's go back.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, now a single person requires much to unite the ruling class and opposition parties on crucial national questions. Only the king gets managed to do so. To his Serbs need unity above all else. And then blah, 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 national prestige. Like, what the fuck is he talking about here?
It's that if people unite under any one ruler, then that's a bad thing, but also it's a good thing when it's the ruler that I want, essentially. Or it's the type of system that I want.
Like, again, this is something you see very commonly with him. He tries to address one point, then goes completely off track, but the way he is wording his sentences, for the average Joe, it just, goes over their head.
It doesn't make sense.
Forget what he's actually responding to.
No, I don't think it goes over my head. It just honestly doesn't make sense. It seems contradictory.
United under one iron fist, that of a king or a president, carries the seeds of a well-known ideology whose catastrophic consequences of violent Bonapartism and class collaborationism have traumatized mankind indefinitely. Those who promote such an approach are in fact no different than the cheerleaders of King Alexander I, of Benito Mussolini, or of Adolf Hitler.
He did it. He said it.
He did it. And it's everything. If you support a democratic system, you're no different from Hitler and Mussolini.
So I want a material prospect. I want a materially prosperous regime, but I'm going to choose the fascists.
Like this entire time, I was just like, say the line, Balkan Odyssey.
Say the line. There it was, Hitler. There he is. I mean, that is a kind of a big statement to see that any president or King Alexander or is the same thing as Mussolini or Hitler.
My dog is Hitler, boys.
Apparently, it's all the same. Everything that I don't like, it's all the same thing. That's such very... Let's be honest. It's such a level of political ignorance that I struggle to even understand.
You're not the only one, don't worry. We're not the only one.
You can make such an insane statement.
In their conquest for power and dictatorial rule. Enforced national unity is synonymous with fascism.
What?
Then they say that we will do...
Yes, fascism is the same thing as monarchy, which he has not actually explicated how they're the same, but it is because I said it is. Let's see. How he
to learn all these things.
He's not gotten into the actual like ideological or philosophical or any kind of explanation as to why monarchy and fascism are the same thing. They just are because
you can't say. You literally can't.
They are forms of
argument.
Right, they're forms of autocracy, but most communist systems have also been forms of autocracy in terms of how they've actually worked out. I know you can say that. I know we've already been over it. That's not real communism, but it's autocracy and how it's presented in history. It's been autocratic. So you don't want to put that one into your lumping together.
Shut up. You guys, shut up. You aren't allowed to use logic around them.
Do better at protecting our vital national interests, especially in Kosovo and Metohija and in the Republika Srpska. The national interests of the Serbian working class in Kosovo and those in Republika Srpska are matters of those very populations themselves.
How do you know?
Each and every native population ought to fight for self-determination and negotiate its political and economic position in its own name. The state of Serbia has no business in determining the destiny of ethnic Serbs in any neighboring country, unless we consider such platitudes about national interests for what they truly are: regional imperialist endeavors of securing the political and economic interests of the Serbian ruling class over the economies, industries, and national resources of said neighboring countries.
I think part of the problem that you're running into there is that the boundaries of what is Serbia today are very new. That's why this is still an issue, right? Is what is Serbia? Is still actually under your own preferred system of government is a country that's only existed for 30 years, right? So that's probably why there's some contention there.
Actually, 20 years. It was still Yugoslavia in the 2000s.
It's only been 20 years. Oh yeah.
It's actually been a bit. It's actually been okay. So Yugoslavia officially ended in like 2006.
Oh,
so
God, it has been only 20.
Yeah. So Serbia is 17 years old.
Right. So you're talking about a country that isn't even old enough to drink in some nations. You know what I mean? That's why there's these contentions. These are very old ties between people, and you're trying to relay them to a political decision that was made less than 20 years ago.
Moreover, their conceptions of how, in the Kingdom of Serbia, the influence of the Serbian Orthodox Church on society will increase. There shall be unity between the church. Moreover, their conceptions of how, in the Kingdom of Serbia, the influence of the Serbian Orthodox Church on society will increase. There shall be unity between the church and the state in important decision-making for the people and the state, and how monarchy is the holy name of Serbia, are catastrophic on so many levels.
Why?
The political alliance between church and state is bound to be oppressive towards all religious and ethnic minorities that do not...
Alright, I need to talk about this because Austria-Hungary was a Catholic empire. You know, we were a Catholic empire, the emperors were Catholic, were some of the most Catholic persons in the world. And we had Muslims and Orthodox people under us, and the Muslims fought even better than Catholics under us.
So, not to mention that in Austria, they literally, despite being a state Catholic empire, they actually allowed and promoted Sharia law courts, and even recognized Islam as a state religion equal to that of Catholicism.
I think the problem with state religion is not as much the state having a religion, but the state oppressing other religions what's the name in English? Fucking hell. In the benefit of another religion, you know? Because you can perfectly have a state with a religion, you know, and also have other religions along. You know, we have had for centuries, you know. I don't think the Duke of Puppenfarten cares if his subject, you know, is Catholic or is Protestant as long as he pays taxes. So I don't really understand this entire argument of secularity.
Comply with the ethno-nationalist dogma of the ruling class and their clerical allies. Serbia is a surprisingly ethnically mixed country, so increased political influence of the church would inevitably lead to forced assimilation, mass suffering, and institutional oppression of all non-Serb peoples in Serbia.
What? Okay.
So he thinks.
Hang on, it's taking me a minute. Go ahead. Take me a minute to process this.
So basically look, there is no such thing as an ethnically homogeneous state, like ethnically pure state. It's literally impossible. But here's the thing. Serbia, despite of course having a lot of, you know, ethnic groups, it's still Serbian majority.
Yes.
It's still, you know, it's Serbian. Now obviously that doesn't mean that Serbia just go out and fucking execute and hang everyone who isn't Serbian, which they have actually done. But instead, it just means like, okay, it just means for them to go like, okay, look, you are not in your own country, you live in Serbia, and we just want you to, you know, also feel Serbian as well, and have your interests aligned with Serbia. That is literally all. It's called integration. Assimilation is a whole other thing.
I mean, it's going to have to be. You only have a couple options here, right? Now, the reason why all these countries ended up in the way that they are right now is because they were former Soviet states, and the Soviet Union kind of redrew the borders, and a lot of them had these ethnic conflicts beforehand. Like Romania is a good example. Romania includes parts of it that were never historically part of Romania, or some are part of Romania, and then some weren't part of Romania. Like there's all different areas, and I imagine Serbia has a bunch of the same issues where sometimes some parts were a part of the Kingdom of Serbia, sometimes other parts were not a part of the Kingdom of Serbia, and it's ended up being in the way that it is after a very long and complex history. You can't get rid of that by imposing a different government. In terms of communism, I think the best way that you do it is trying to integrate people and say like, well, I don't think you get that under the communistic by saying that there is no common history between us, by erasing religion. You know,
if we follow a historical pattern, we will then end up expelling, ethnic minorities like the Czechs and the Poles and the Soviets.
I mean, exactly. Like, for example, like let's say in like the circumstances I have told, it's like, okay, so you have a choice. So you can also, integrate yourself a little. So we won't touch you or your religion or try to discriminate you based on your ethnic affiliation. We just want you to also have a connection towards Serbia and the country you're currently living in. While in communism, it's like, okay, you are going to work with us, you are going to stay here, you are going. In communism, it's literally forced. Like, at least in
and you can't hold on to your cultural histories. It has to be replaced by
as long as it serves the state.
Right, by state identity. And so I don't think that by replacing it with a nationalistic identity that's inherently, first of all, I don't think it's different in terms of saying, like, here's the thing that we expect of you a little bit, is to be Serbian. I don't understand how that is fundamentally different from being you are a citizen of the USSR, because that was the previous condition, right? Either way, it had to be homogenous. I don't understand the functional difference in terms of why is one inherently worse than the other. I actually think one is far more localized and therefore more likely to be able to get people to agree with each other, rather than one that is massive like the USSR.
As for the king, he would allegedly be chosen from the ranks of the quote-unquote authentic Karađorđević dynasty, the same one that signed a pact with Hitler before it was overthrown.
No, I don't.
Oh my!
Wait, go back.
Go back, yeah. When
assimilation, mass suffering, and institutional oppression of all non-Serb peoples in Serbia. As for the king, he would allegedly be chosen from the ranks of the quote-unquote authentic Karađorđević dynasty, the same one that signed a pact with Hitler before it was overthrown by the people and exiled to the United Kingdom, where they reside to this day, with an embarrassingly weak knowledge of their native.
So he just has to throw this in. That why do you think
the thing is, in 1941, Prince Paul of Yugoslavia, with us a regent, signed the tripartite pact. That's true, and there was a coup. But want to know who the coup placed in power?
Who?
The fucking king, Peter II.
Well, it's similar to, well, not, it's not similar, but I've heard these kind of claims made against monarchy in Italy. When the way that you get Mussolini is because the monarch resigned, because people asked him to, essentially. Well, he showed up outside of the palace and protested. So this idea that, oh, well, you gave over power because you were being surrounded by people who were demanding that you give over power, or you give support to this clearly massive populist movement. And that's, by the way, what it was at the point in time.
To be fair to Italy, I think the king was a bit already tired with the politics.
Yeah. He'd been through it a little bit, but he'd been through the ringer of it at that point. And that was, very
like the thing
dangerous.
Is, if you have to go through the chaos that was done politics, and all of a sudden this guy comes in and I will fix everything, just give me the power, you go, like, I don't know, collect your coins,
go
and
away.
I'll fix a job.
Yeah.
Most people in those situations would accept the deal.
With considering the chaos that was happening in Italy, and I assume that similar kind of chaotic things were happening at the same time in Serbia, I can see why the monarch would say, yeah, sure, Hitler, whatever. That doesn't mean that he's a fascist.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Yugoslavia was surrounded by the Axis powers. What the fuck were they supposed to do? Be invaded?
Precisely. But they were, they were trying to I imagine, reduce the destruction of the country.
It's the same argument that people make towards Sweden that was neutral. And now Sweden allowed German troops to cross through Norway to Finland. Mm-hmm. And people say, oh, the king of Sweden, the government's Nazi collaborators. And I mean, look at Norway. Now look at Sweden. I don't think the Swedes wanted to end up like Norway, I don't blame them for allowing the Germans to go through. It's, after all, the duty of the government is to protect the citizens and protect those under it.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it's doing.
And if you don't have the capacity to protect them in one way, you have to find another way around it. That is the goal of the monarch. It's their one job. I mean, protect contracts, protect the citizenry. Because the people are your stewards. The land is your property. So you don't want it to be destroyed. And if you have to make a bad deal is better than a dead deal,
language, and no regard for the socioeconomic situation of the Serbian people.
My guy,
Mingling with
What could he have done? What was he supposed to do?
seats of the European monarchies, disconnected and alienated from the vast laboring masses, as monarchs always inevitably are. There's nothing.
How removed from the masses is Kim Jong-un? This is so ridiculous. Like, what was he supposed to do? Send his people to die?
Who let this motherfucker cook?
What's his other his only other option would be to send his people into a losing battle to die. Is that what you would have preferred? If you were writing this now and that was the outcome, how much would you be castigating this horrible king for sending these people into a just absolute slaughterhouse? But he didn't. So you have to make up a new way to disparage him.
And then in the political competence or legitimacy of monarchs and their lapdogs, that would make them quote-unquote authentically eligible for just waltzing back in and being assigned absurd amounts of power. Based on what? On the fact that this one particular family has a historical record of having ruled these lands?
Yes.
On the basis of some divine assignment and metaphysical qualities?
Yes.
It's that easy.
Civilization has progressed.
As opposed to picking the leader because you like the cut of his jib.
Yeah, because you like him. Because you're like, oh, I like this guy.
I like how
he's
because
attractive.
he smiles and he's 6 foot tall and handsome. Like, bitch, you're not selecting a date, you're selecting the fucking leader of a country.
Which is like, there's tons of research that shows that that's how people vote. They vote on people they vote for people they find attractive. They vote for people they find charismatic. They don't vote based on policy ever. So, yeah, this is not weird.
I still have to hear a justification to how, elections and that voting process is morally good. I still haven't heard anything saying that.
I can answer that. Basically, from the democratic perspective, it's the theory of legitimacy, and that's it. That's literally it.
Yes,
we
decided, and therefore he should rule. Nothing about it, whether he's qualified.
But that doesn't make it inherent morally
No,
good.
it doesn't.
If you're gonna say dictatorship is bad, I assume you say it on moral grounds because at least a bunch of people say it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're gonna say that dictatorship or autocracy or whatever is bad, what makes democracy morally good? And I swear to God, I still haven't heard someone explain that to me. Ever.
Well, what I've usually heard is autocracy bad because it's based on divine right and God doesn't exist. And hierarchy is terrible. Any kind of hierarchy is terrible. Which once you start talking to people like that, like you already know that they're in that particular Hegelian mindset. But even within the family, because it has to be. Like, well, why is hierarchy terrible? Is hierarchy terrible within the family? Is it wrong for father to be the head of the household? If you say yes, then you're in that mindset. In terms of why,
then people have power to remove their leader because they think. Because they think in a monarchy, the only way that power ever gets disrupted or a bad king is ever removed is never through regions or anything. No, it's just through French Revolution.
It's always through guillotines, which is the ultimate. By the way, there is that end of the day kind of end of the line thing there for monarchs. Is that if you're so terrible, you are going to have your head put in a guillotine, as has been the case throughout history. With democratic leaders, that has not been the history. You get away, you get to go retire. That's a very big different incentive.
That was that one time a Dutch prime minister got hidden.
Oh, a couple of times it's happened.
And also when the Dutch ate their prime minister.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, hang on, that is true. I would say
that's kind of based. Actually, I'm not gonna lie.
I would say it's for the Dutch also like to throw people out of
Don't
windows.
fuck with us, or we'll literally eat you.
You know?
Is like next level aggression.
Yeah. I would say that, and again, now going back to what I said earlier, we have a shorter history of democracies. It's still quite long. We have a shorter history of democracies than we do monarchies.
By
so
centuries.
in terms of so in terms of how people overthrow them, we have the greater number of monarchs have been overthrown in a violent way, I suppose, in that way than there have been democratic leaders, but maybe not actually.
We've had democracies overthrown. It's just not done. How do you define the overthrowing of the government in the 2014 Euromaidan?
Oh, well, that you're not even allowed to say that happened.
Really? Well, you did a video on it, so I get the impression you probably can.
Well, I know I did do a video on it, but people don't agree with that. They don't think the government was overthrown because they don't think the U.S. government had anything to do with that.
Yeah.
Westerners, Americans don't believe that the U.S. government, even though there's extensive evidence of their involvement in the Euromaidan, had anything to do with it. I mean, it was all completely organic.
The thing, isn't it like, the U.S. government isn't like that? Those guys, there's already a thing going on. The U.S. government supports that thing. That thing happens. Isn't that like all history goes on ever?
I mean, what was the Arab Spring?
A mistake?
But I'm saying,
You can go
it's
back
not
to the Roman times. There's something going on in Gaul. The Romans medal support one side, and things happen. That's how history goes. I mean, I am pro-Ukrainian, and I'm not. There's America's part of it, of course. And I don't get what's so hard for people to just.
Well, people don't want to admit that America involves itself in back rooms kind of behavior like that. Everything is supposed to be. I know.
I'm just gonna say Latin America is a thing, okay?
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's an uncomfortable truth they don't like to admit to.
I don't know why the Americans seem to think that. I've said this before in my videos, and it tends to piss people off. But I say to them, stop thinking of your politicians as if they're the ideological descendants of the founding fathers. They're not. They're 21st century politicians obsessed with corruption and power, like everybody else. Like you're not this fresh new empire that just escaped the clutches of the horrible, evil King George III. No. Okay, now you are the big jackass gorilla in the room. And I said this before, America, as far as a foreign policy, their their behavior is like someone with a terrible case of cerebral palsy, but they also have random bouts of retard strength.
True.
Because that is what they do. They just go. I had a discussion on someone, and they said to me, why is it that previous empires have this prestige, but we as Americans don't? And I said it's because when previous empires conquered, they actually did the conquering themselves and they held power. You fuck shit up, putting crappy leaders who are secretly under your regime. You try to do it in a nice way, but you're just subverting them.
Nice.
Yes. But it's not as bloody as the empires, or the perception of it. It's not like, hey, look, we
it's just
conquered
the perception
India.
That matters.
Yeah, exactly. But theirs is so much worse. It's because they try to do it with this kind of sneaky way, because they just subvert the leaders, putting people in charge of the nation that are pro-America's interests. Because
I would agree.
Have you noticed, because I said this before, you notice the Americans, they say, oh, look, we're spreading democracy. Really? Can you explain to me why you have toppled Saudi Arabia then?
Oh, because we buy oil from them.
Ah, yes, it's because they support your regime with the petrodollar. So please spare me this crap of oh, we really care about democracy. No, you fucking don't. You care about a regime if it's in your interest.
That's the thing with all this stuff is that
so
many people, this video as well, which I want to move back into, but it's about people supporting the things that support their ideology and without being honest about it. And I have to be, me being honest, is that stop lying. Stop trying to twist and revert mess with the truth. If the truth is on your side, you don't have to twist facts. They just will be. It doesn't. I don't understand videos like this. Spoon and I don't say that monarchies are perfect. We don't
just better.
We don't even say that inherent. It's not all monarchies are better. But these kinds of videos that make it so that oh no, liberalism bad, monarchy really bad, only communism good. This is it's propaganda. Anywho, let's get back into it, I suppose.
Just far enough for us to part ways with such primitive and naive conceptions of political legitimacy and accountability. After the king has been chosen, he will be inherited by his descendants, who are from childhood going to be brought up and educated for this very call, in the most prestigious schools, universities, and military academies, to love their motherland, to protect and fight for her development and prosperity. First of all, based on what metrics are the members of this authentic royal dynasty supposed to be given such premium attendance in these prestigious schools?
Yes.
Because
they're running the nation, you twat.
It's their land. And the whole idea, it's not
difficult.
difficult.
You'd like the guy running your country to at least know how to read and write.
No, you wouldn't want the guy who owns the country to know how to run it, would you? That's how it works in democracies. Joe Biden, for instance.
universities and academies, or any elitist privileges at that, compared to the average working class person that is shoved into an outdated, expensive, and useless educational system.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no problem.
Does he realize that primary and high school are free?
No, probably not. I mean, well, he's Serbian, isn't he?
No, not just that. How is, like, the quality of the education have anything to do with the king?
It doesn't.
Like, if you have a bad education, go fix it. Get policies to fix it.
Also, well, here's the thing: the king. If there's a real problem with education, you could go to the king and say there's a problem with the education system. And also, I would assume, I mean, maybe going to go to a private institution, but getting a lot of private education outside of that, a lot of private tutoring, because you have an extreme responsibility that is outside that of anyone else in the entire country.
Yeah, I don't actually care if the leader gets really extensive education that is above everybody else. Considering he is going to get a job that no one else can do.
I would prefer that the king
I don't really mind exclusive.
Yes, would prefer that the king gets an elite education, because
he is one.
I mean, what do you want?
Because he's gonna fucking run the country, not plow the fields with the cows.
Exactly.
Precisely.
And if I guess the idea is that, like, wow, we should all be equally poorly educated.
Yeah, fuck that.
No. I mean, all right, I guess if you want everyone to have the education of the king, that's just not physically possible. Unless, of course, you want to go to the luxury space communism, which maybe someday in the future, but right now is not physically possible. You can't have it so that every single child in the entire world can be educated. And by the way, also, education for a monarch is really streamlined. It's not education in whatever they want, which is something like, okay, I have a master's degree in communication science. That wouldn't really assist. And then my PhD degree, which I didn't finish, my doctoral degree, was in communication science with an emphasis on media psychology. Why would that help a king?
Also, there is one very major point we are missing here, and like, he believes that being a king, being like an heir, a prince, is a privilege. Mm-hmm. When you look at
burden,
when you look at the fucking education and the responsibilities, like the way they are educated, the way they are forced, like, these children literally have less freedom than a fucking peasant from bumfuck nowhere.
It's a burden. It's not a. Yes,
with
you're
big
rich.
Duty comes big responsibilities.
Precisely. Yes, you are rich. Yes, you are powerful.
If you realize the amount of responsibilities and burdens that rest on a king's back, you would much rather flip the burgers at McDonald's.
I agree.
Yeah.
I really think if they had to live one day in the life of a king, versus having to live. Yeah, I think
also,
that
being a king modern day is even worse, because everything you do is scrutinized by the media.
On social media.
You go take a shit, and there's probably a newspaper taking a picture of you.
Yeah, exactly. You want to live that?
Every single day of your life.
Also, literally no privacy at all when you're out in public.
No privacy ever.
And if you demand privacy, you're gonna get scrutinized, because privacy stuff.
Like for example, the fucking leaked things from King Charles and Queen Camilla when they were like having like a sex talk on the phone, which is it was supposed to be like a private matter, and then it's fucking leaked to everyone to laugh at. But in reality, if you actually listen to it, it actually just humanizes the king further, because it just shows that their mentality is still very much that, like, of the ordinary person.
I mean,
Charles
aren't some alien
example of this. He didn't want to marry Diana, and he he couldn't marry Camilla at the time, so he kind of was.
She wasn't royalty. Yeah. She was military family.
She was also divorcee, was it?
Right, or something like that. But the big thing is that she wasn't royalty. Diana was. Well, Diana was in a more acceptable
was always
relationship,
right? The media baby,
and she loved it. She is beautiful.
Oh yeah. I despise the whole narrative that King Charles is a pet to Diana, and Diana was like literally, a Karen. Diana is very close to a Karen when you look at her story. She's not a great person to be married to, and no wonder the marriage collapsed. And if you know anybody that doesn't really have great family relationships or had bad marriages, you understand that psychological damage can be worse than fucking physical damage. And he didn't really have a choice to get out like whenever he wanted.
But because the whole time Charles had been in love with Camilla, but he wasn't allowed to be with Camilla because she wasn't of the right stock. She had a background that was a little hazy. But Diana, she was, and Diana was fucking other guys the entire time. But he didn't have a choice. So being a monarch is not. It's not easy. People have a very
It's actually genuine hell.
Yes, people have a very Disney-fied idea of it, as I think's been brought up in the beginning, which is that this is like Disney princess stuff. No, you can't do anything without being scrutinized by the public, maybe even to a greater degree than any other politician, because your family gets. I mean, Donald Trump's family has been scrutinized, as has Joe Biden's.
Look at Alessandro. He did anything illegal, but he was close to Epstein, and now his career is gone.
Yep. Well, everyone thinks he's a pedophile. And it's. I mean, and I think he might be as well, but I don't know. It doesn't. The reality is that being a monarch is not simple. It's not just sitting there and being like, "Oh, bring me my wine, and I'll just sit here." What's the thing from Futurama Spoon? Hedonism bot. It's not. You're not hedonism bot.
Oh my.
You don't have an extreme amount of. You have a lot of power, but you have also an exorbitant amount of responsibility.
I apologize for nothing.
Exactly. Doesn't quite work that way, man.
What makes them more eligible for this kind of elitist
God, genealogy, history. That's why.
Lineage.
Being trained in it as well since birth. How about all those things? Even if you don't agree with the God and lineage and history and religiosity stuff, they've been trained since birth. No one else has been. No one else.
And why would you, as their potential subordinate subject, grant them this kind of privilege based on absolutely nothing?
Explained it.
Because they can do a job that nobody else wants to do and can do.
Yep.
Oh, but we're talking about statesmen, you may say, who need pristine education to learn to truly love their motherland, to protect and fight for her, for her development.
No, yes. I don't think they need the education actually to come to learn and love their motherland. The land is them. You do need an education to help to understand that, probably. But that is something that does not apply to someone who is an elected official. The land is not you. In the case of a monarch, you are
a temporary caretaker in the democratic one.
Precisely. You're a temporary caretaker. Yes. If you're a monarch, the land is you. It's your family. It's your blood.
Read up.
Right? It's you and your children. Your parents. The land is you. I don't understand why people can't get that.
Because, Aiden, I have no say over who rules my land if there's a monarch, and he will instantly be an asshole and try to rape my asshole over and over again.
Wouldn't happen. Why would you hurt your own property?
I don't know, because he's crazy.
That's always their argument. It's just, what if he's crazy? Well,
I mean, as if we cannot vote crazy people in.
Precisely, right? Again,
fucking Joe Biden.
I think you can only vote in crazy people because the kind of people that are attracted to power, and especially the oligarchical regime, is not exactly sane. They tend to be nuts. Take, for example, Trump. Trump got in because
has no choice.
Because he's not part of that class.
Yeah, whereas the monarch has no choice. They don't choose to. They have to learn to adapt to it. I think that's a better system than looking for people who are opportunistic to try and get into such an office. I think that's just my opinion, though.
Development and prosperity, as they unironically claim.
Yes.
Well, let me shock you with the fact that there are millions of pupils and students crammed into underfunded schools and corrupt universities who are much more capable and intelligent.
Oh, wait, corrupt universities? Who's corrupting the universities, I wonder?
Corrupt universities and incompetent places. So you're describing communism, sir.
I
don't know if you've
the universities.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but there is a lot of academic freedom, and some of the finest education that you can get in European history comes from under monarchical rule.
What a strange self-report. What a strange self-report.
Did communism give you a great education, or is it just what is favorable to the power structure?
But literacy went up in the USSR.
That's because they killed people that couldn't read.
I know how to write God Save the Glorious Leader. I'm illiterate, boys.
No.
I'm mean, that's literally the literacy programs, in North Korea.
Yes, I know. Yeah. I mean, it's funny, but it's
more people are healthier when we kill off all the illness. Like,
we kill everybody. Oh, that's how we get rid of all the illiterates. Wow,
that is how Stalin actually thought.
I know. That if you kill off the illiterates, then we can get our literacy rates up. Great job. Oh my gosh.
Intelligence and would make much better leaders and administrators than the nepotist bureaucracy and
Why?
Are you sure about that?
Every monarchist.
Why?
Yeah,
Why?
I don't really believe that.
American
but why?
Look at fucking Serbia today. Look at fucking Serbia today. In your own words, would you say these people are competent?
No.
I mean, my Serbian friend's competent, but what under what paradigm does that make sense? If you were, first of all, you could never afford, under any system, to give every single individual child the same kind of personalized education in rulership, in statecraft, that's given to a monarch. Why would you want to? Not every student will become the monarch. This is why this is nonsensical. You have
you already have specialized, if you want to be a doctor, you go study doctor. If you want to be that, you go study that.
But that's if you want to. The monarch doesn't have a choice. Like, you're going to get this education from the time that you're born, essentially, that this is how statecraft works. These children get to pick how they would like to be educated.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not going to be as intense as the education for a monarch, but it also gives them way more freedom. Wouldn't you rather be free to pick what you want to do in life? Weird.
Okay, but it's privilege because they're rich.
Of course. Privilege. You
All
don't
right,
get a choice.
Let's select the rich mega corporation puppet master, boys. That's true freedom after all.
Yep.
Do you know the canon is Biden? No, how many corporations are behind them? That's true freedom and democracy.
Oh, that's true.
That is actually how people think, hey, look, I can sit here and bitch about capitalism on my phone made by Apple while I'm sitting in a Starbucks and wearing Nike shoes.
Yeah, this is true freedom. I'm a true anti-capitalist.
My God, I wish I had more communism while nothing around me is made by communism. Like, fucking idiots.
I know.
Whose only source of legitimacy is the continuity of their paternal lineage and inheritance, and accumulation of wealth and private property over generations. And who the hell needs prestigious...
I kind of want to ask those people, would you make a phone that was made, or would you buy a phone that's been made by the US government? I guarantee not one of them will say yes.
I mean, I sure as hell wouldn't.
Exactly, yeah, because it'd be bugged as fuck.
You know, all your phones are bugged.
Yes.
I mean, like, I don't know if you've ever done that, where, like, you talk about something for a couple of days, and then all of a sudden your phone just starts recommending you things about it. You've talked about it, you've not typed it, you've just talked about it.
It's showed up on my YouTube feed before.
Mm-hmm.
This education to know to love.
And everyone likes, Siri, Hey, it's true though. Apple made the new shitter 2009. Let's buy.
Yeah, let's go.
It's quite remarkable how they've managed to make this natural instinct of every human being into an elitist quality that only the chosen ones can understand and fulfill. Love towards the motherland was...
What?
How is that any different than your communist education?
Wait a minute.
It's like you think of it the same way.
Hang on, did we were talking over a lot of it. Did I miss this? Is he arguing that the idea is that only the monarch can truly love the motherland? Whatever it is?
No, I think it's the education he spoke of.
No, wait, let's go back.
I want to go back, because, and hear the whole thing.
And accumulation of wealth and private property over generations. And who the hell needs prestigious education to know to love their motherland? It's quite remarkable how they've managed to make this natural instinct of every human being into an elitist quality that only the chosen ones can understand and fulfill.
Hold on a second. Wait. Can I just point something out?
Yeah.
How are you a communist and you say love of nation is natural? Communists don't love nation because
actually deep, believe it or not.
National Bolshevism.
National theory.
Right. So there's a split in the communist ideology between nationalism and international socialism or international communism.
Yeah, because I think the modern variety, not so much.
But I think go ahead, sorry.
No, you go first.
I just think the idea that loving the motherland is taught is very bizarre via elitist education. The reason why you'd want to teach that to the monarch is because they are the state. Literally. I mean, they are the physical manifestation of the state. And so they wouldn't want to hurt themselves or their property. That's why you would want to teach it to them, more so than you would want to install some kind of indoctrination program. I'm not saying you're indoctrinating a monarch. I'm saying you're trying to teach them about where their place is in society versus the average citizen who should have hopefully be nationalistic, but doesn't need to be to the same degree.
I mean, I love how he completely ignores the fact that that education, the Eastern Bloc was not you having to stand up every morning and say, "My father is the Communist Party of the Soviet Union."
Yeah.
If that's not
But that's not indoctrination.
Oh, definitely no. That's patriotism for the party. The party is a people. Oh, my dear people.
Love towards the motherland was shown in the War of National Liberation during the fascist occupation in World War II, where the peasant and working masses revolted against the fascist occupiers and liberated Yugoslavia, whereas the royal suite fled before the responsibilities and dangers.
Do you remember earlier when I said if the king had fled, you would also call him a coward? There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Why the fuck do you think? They were living there essentially under. As far as I understand, they were basically living there under house arrest anyway.
Here's the thing: your fucking nation gets occupied, and you are shipped off into exile. What the fuck can you do from your suite in London?
And as far as I understand as well,
they actually tried.
Send a telegram.
Right.
The Yugoslavian government actually tried to organize some shit with the Chetniks, but of course he doesn't mention that.
No, and as far as I understand as well, from my limited understanding of this, is that, well, the people were taken over, so you want to escape. You don't want to just be there and allow yourself to get killed, particularly as a monarchic line. I mean that's what he wants.
In that, though, was King Christian X of Denmark and Leopold III of Belgium. They stayed behind to try to, ease the occupation, but that wasn't exactly effective. What do you do? When you're occupied,
what he
you
wants.
Don't have power.
Well, I think he wanted the Romanian monarchical line to stay behind and get slaughtered because he's not real fond of them. That would be my guess.
Here's the thing. You actually going into exile gives you more opportunities to actually organize a resistance than when you're in 24/7 on house arrests watched by fucking Himmler's Sauron eye.
For sure. But it's a problem when monarchs do it, I suppose.
Kings in Europe did, and look how the liberation happened.
It's only a problem when non-communists do it.
Yeah,
When communists flee from a country that's being overthrown, that's fine, I'm sure. Right.
Of civil war, passively supporting their royalist Chetnigarias, who turned out to be traitors and collaborators.
Oh!
The king isn't appointed by parties, tycoons, domestic or foreign agencies. He answers only to his people.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, he may not be directly appointed by any fraction of the bourgeoisie. This, however, does not make him any closer to his people or infallible to the pressures of bourgeois and aristocratic power dynamics.
Why?
You can also make the opposite argument, he's not elected, so he's not, what did he say again? He's not invulnerable to the pressure of the bourgeoisie. Well, he's also not invulnerable to the pressure of the people.
But what makes the communist dictator outside of the pressure of the bourgeois? Well, I guess it's because you just
shot. I forgot about that.
I guess so. Right? Interesting.
Every monarch is raised and educated in the spirit of protecting the interests of the domestic landowning aristocracy, bureaucracy, and bourgeoisie.
No, and the common folk. You forgot that part. You forgot that the monarch is also educated in making sure that the common folk are not being harmed because their land is his land. They are his people. That's the difference. And when you also get rid of religion, I understand why you can't comprehend this, that there is a hierarchical power above the monarch that everyone understands. If you fuck up, the big guy upstairs knows you fucked up. If you abandon that, I don't know how well the system works. I think it still works. But under the historical system, that's been the reason why it's been so effective. Not just in Europe, but going back to Egypt, for example.
Against internal and external threats in the form of revolutionary labor movements or rivaling aristocracies. He may not be appointed or installed through traditional parliamentary procedures, but is nonetheless a personification and symbol of an ancient socio-economic order that favors landlords, aristocrats, nobles, and capitalists.
Landlords? We love landlords. We love
Mao
them a lot.
Zedong, where are you?
I love the fact that they completely ignores the reason why aristocracy appeared in the first place, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we have the fall of the Roman Empire, society collapsed, and now we have a bunch of barbarians raiding through, you know, the Roman Empire.
Yep.
So now you need a knight, a person, to protect the peasants. That's how aristocracy is born. You have the social contract. No, you work for the Lord, and the Lord protects you.
Yes.
And they just completely ignores it.
No, because they're not interested in the historical reality of why aristocracy starts to exist. And well, aristocracy existed before then, but we're talking about more modern aristocracies, and by that I mean 2,000-year-old or 1,500-year-old aristocracy. Why that starts to exist, which is to protect people. That's how it's always been. Aristocracies have not existed to exploit people. Some of them have, absolutely. Let's not get that twisted. But the reality is the vast majority of aristocracies have sought to protect their people, to protect their land, to protect their property, to protect their wealth. If you want to go down to wealth, it's right there. But you can't have your wealth if you don't have your property, and you can't have your property if you don't have people to maintain it. So it's within their...
Who's gonna make you the food, eh?
It's within your best interest to make sure your people are as happy as you can make them. And the fact that they can't understand this is ridiculous.
Capitalists, and seeks to protect semi-feudal hegemony against any semblance of progress. This is the stability that is promised with the prospect of
nice
monarchy.
Image.
Stability of the private property of the ruling class, whatever form it may take. Thus, their ramblings about the role of the king as the protector of the interests of the people and the state against corrupt politicians consciously conflate the interests of the working class with those of the state that is designed to oppress it.
No, just fundamentally incorrect. I already explained.
How is that any different than what you think in communism?
No, and by the way, I just explained this exactly like a minute ago. I explained it in a way that was succinct. Your explanation is, I think, reaching quite hard, but I guess we could agree to disagree on this. And by that I mean I think.
Oh no, you are a reactionary, my dear. You
I know.
To be sent to the education camp.
I know, I gotta go to the re-education camp.
Presenting the nation as a harmonious whole that needs a stable father figure to guide it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Also,
exactly.
when it comes to the extent of foreign influence, all Balkan monarchies have always been insignificant petty aristocracy.
Hey, tell me something. Can you command an army without a leader?
Oh,
tried it. Didn't end so well.
Nah, you can just do it by social media. Get everyone to go on Twitter and be like, "Let's go join the army to fight the thing."
Yeah. So the idea that you can just society can just govern itself without a leader is just like completely antithetical to any human society that's ever existed.
Yes.
By the way, that reminds me of the time when Tsar Nicholas II was, dethroned in the February Revolution, and then fucking Kerensky tried to institute soldier democracy, and look how that fucking went.
Oh, instantaneous.
This guy is very competent, but this other guy doesn't want to make me run at the machine gun. I think I'll choose this guy.
Yeah, nearly instantaneous collapse.
Tell me, how did the Chaz work out?
Well, that's a horrible example. I mean, it's a good example for the topic, but oof.
Yeah.
In terms of Tsar Nicky, though, I mean, that the democratizing of the military was absolutely
insane.
Disastrous.
Anyone that went to a military, job knows that that's the worst possible thing in the world. Absolutely the worst.
Because you immediately end up now
people
there's no more
power.
order. Well, who do I ask? Instead of receiving an order, it's like, well, now we have to vote on it. Oh my god!
I swear, I am in a military job, and I can only imagine the disaster that would be in general. Like, you don't want to run. All right, let's vote on Jeffrey. Jeffrey doesn't want to make us run. They just want us to sit back. An army like that would collapse completely.
Immediately.
Because no one is going to have a machine gun willingly. No one.
Yeah.
Or even just use a gaming example. You ever played World of Warcraft?
Yep.
You ever played Warsong Gulch? which is 10v10, capture the flag. What happens if there's no ruler or holding the reins? They just go everywhere. People just go in the middle and they farm. They don't kill. If you get someone that's like a pre-made, you go like, oh, there's one person who runs the whole show. And they tell everyone to go. And that pre-made will win every time. Because they're organized.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah, a pre-made team will always win because
They're organized.
Organization.
Yes.
And by the way, I guarantee they've got a clan leader, someone who's telling them what to do.
Yeah, everyone's on TeamSpeak saying like, you heal, you provide cover support, you're DPS, you carry the flag.
I know it upsets people, but organization requires hierarchy. It just does.
Yes, and everything that's run in our society runs like a monarchy.
I mean, you can look at games like this more, Squad and Hell Let Loose, these more milsim shooters, usually you have the two teams, the one with like clear structure, we have a squad leader, you have a commander, you have, a team that's talking to each other, so the squad leader says the tank is over there, so the guy with the bazooka goes over there. Those are the ones who win, except not the people that go randomly charging at the bloody tank with a fucking saw and fists, You can, It's a very basic example of human nature.
Yes. I was trying to finish this because I want to try to get through about
Try playing Arathi Basin with no leadership and see how that fucker works out for you.
We'll see how far we can get through.
Proceeds with regional aspirations,
and
but always subject to the will of larger empires. Russia, France, Austria-Hungary, the Ottomans, exercise with regional aspirations, but always subject to the will of larger empires. Russia, France, Austria-Hungary, the Ottomans, etc. The promise of national sovereignty and self-determination is therefore cynical to the very core.
Hey, Ukraine, how do you feel about that statement?
Oh,
just out of curiosity.
I wonder if you'd like to ask the Ukrainians about the idea of national sovereignty.
Or anyone supporting it under the idea that, oh yes, definitely Ukraine could be sovereign. While it was sovereign, and then the United States decided, yeah, we're not going to be sovereign anymore. You're actually going to be under our thumb.
The United States basically decided that, we're going to play games in Ukraine and make them into our
Why? I don't know.
Oh my god.
The Russians were already doing that before America.
Say again, sorry?
To be fair, it's not like the Ukrainian government before Maidan was independent per se, without the Russians.
No. Well, it really hadn't been since its establishment, which is unfortunate, but the idea that
it's the playground of empires. It always has been.
It always has. That's the thing that's been fascinating. Again, I made a video about a 2-hour-long video about it, like now, a year and a half ago, and it was like, yeah, Ukraine's been the playground of empires for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's not new.
Just look at the concept of Europe. Like you have the big players, and then you have the small states. They are always the ones that are being played, by the big empires. It's such a basic concept in terms of geopolitics.
That's the reality of nations.
It's the thing that's so infuriating.
The core of diplomacy.
The only thing that's so infuriating is that America is pretending right now that they don't have an investment in Ukraine.
To me, despite like what American politicians are trying to justifying it to people who actually believe that, honestly.
Well, I mean, Joe Biden had an active investment in Ukraine in terms of his involvement with Viktor Shokin.
I mean, yeah, the majority of politicians have, it has always been the same thing, The thing is, in a democracy, you actually have to find a way to justify actions to, the voters. The same thing the British did in the World War I, the rape of Belgium, we need to go to war.
But what's the worst thing? If Joe Biden gets found out, actually all the shit, and he has been, for all the stuff that he and Hunter did in Ukraine, and all over the world. Hang on. I'm trying to sneeze. With sniffles. They get found out, oh well, he doesn't get reelected. That's the great harm for a democratic system. That's it. You don't get reelected. Oh well.
You don't keep an empire with politicians like that.
Yeah.
The only semblance of national sovereignty that our region has ever had...
Now you get failing ones that can't define what a woman is.
...had been under Yugoslav self-management, personified by Josip Broz Tito, with all of its mistakes and deficiencies. So, if all this is truly the case, why do so many Serbians fetishize and glorify monarchy as this ultimate nostalgic solution to all our troubles? Why do we feverishly glorify the Serbian Empire of Tsar Dusan and the Battle of Kosovo from the 14th century?
Why do you fetishize the communistic regime in Serbia that caused people to become incredibly worse off in almost every imaginable way?
Because equality gives me a raging erection.
Oh, okay.
It's a deeply embedded national heritage of modern Serbia. even though the concept of a nation did not exist back then, but was only invented in the 19th century with the bourgeois revolutions that took Europe by storm.
Oh my
The very
god,
people
okay.
who ruled those empires
Hang
and
on.
kingdoms.
The concept of a nation, yes, is relatively modern. But people still understood what a kingdom was before that. You're being pedantic right now, my dude. You're being pedantic by using the word nation when you should have used kingdom. That's ridiculous. Okay, whatever.
To be fair to him, like just to play the devil's advocate, he kind of is not completely off in that idea, you know? Like, for
Kingdoms
example,
generally weren't as unified. Yes, that's true.
I mean, the best example you can have is Czechia, the Czech Republic. You know, you have the Kingdom of Bohemia, which was Czech, but also German. You know, the German speaking of the Sudetenland. And then you have the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic doesn't care about the Germans in the Sudetenland; it cares about the Czechs, and only the Czechs. Moravians, you know, Silesians, they don't matter. It's a Czech nation. You know, like the countries where it's. I'm sorry, my English is not great, but the idea of a nation was developing it, you know, but it definitely had an explosion as in the modern conceptualization of, for example, France is French and there's nothing else. There is no Breton, there's no Occitan, there's nothing else, you know, from the more classic of kingdom.
Okay, from that perspective, yeah. Because when I think nation, I think you could apply the term nation to a kingdom, but nation does have a more modern connotation, I suppose, that he's using, which is a nation is a collection of multiple different groups or types of people, whereas but a kingdom could have multiple different groups and types of people in it, and often did. So I don't think that the idea of nation, maybe that specific terminology is modern, but the concept of a kingdom which contains a diverse number of people who are not all a part of the exact same homogenous ethnic group usually is in no way new. So I think that that's a little bit contentious.
Yeah, I agree.
As well as those under their dominion, didn't consider themselves Serbs and would be quite confused if you label them as one. So why do we keep insisting on retroactively appropriating these great historical figures and moments of those who came before us, and packaging them into a tidy mythological image that fits our modern chauvinist inclination?
That's so infuriating. People look to historical past events to understand their present and to understand who they are. It places them in history. Understanding our past is extremely important to understanding who we are. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are. Understanding your history is extremely important to identifying your sense of self. Every single piece of psychology, social psychology literature, is evidence of this fact. People look at what their cultural history is, their cultural mythos. I mean, go back to Joseph Campbell and the myth of the myth of the hero, and you find this. It's universal, by the way. It's in every single culture. That's what Joseph Campbell found. So the idea that our history doesn't matter is again a part of this communistic, Hegelian dialectical or Marxist dialectical machine.
Honestly,
it's
a very modern day American mindset, actually.
Well, no, it's the Marxist dialectic of removing history, so people can have no history, and if they have no history,
we're not caring
then
about
they
the
have
past. It's very modern day American.
Right. Then they have no basis.
Have the identity of class, nothing
Class,
else.
yes, exact. That's it. Only class, no history of culture, and that's where he's coming from, obviously.
Why do we still have chetniks and monarchists yelling "Još majke rađaju obiliće," promising "Dogodine u Prizrenu," singing songs of Danica Crnogorčević, pledging loyalty za kralja I otadžbinu? Well, the answer to this question is rather disheartening. First of all, we're witnessing a politically conscious rehabilitation of infamous Chetnik commanders and leaders by the Serbian state itself, in an attempt to rewrite the historical role of the Chetniks as the legitimate anti-fascist representatives of the Serbian people in the national liberation struggle, thus relativizing their crimes and role as open collaborators with Nazi Germany and the regime of the Ustaša.
Okay.
I mean,
Again,
he is kind of right
there it is.
here.
Oh, is he right? I don't know enough about this group.
I mean, the Chetniks, like, I actually made an entire video about their collaboration with the Germans, but basically, they paint, a lot of Serbs today paint the Chetniks as this great liberators and such, but they actually had very, very active collaborations with the Nazis. Like it was.
Were they monarchs or monarchists?
Like the thing. Okay, with the Chetniks, it's like yes, they were monarchists. Like their ideology was monarchism, and for the thing to for the monarchy to come back, but to say they were exclusively like on one side is false, because their allegiance to either the Nazis, the Allies, or even for themselves dependent on their circumstances. See, the Chetniks were very, very wasn't a unified central movement. It was extremely decentralized, and the policies dependent on like individual like brigades or divisions and their commanders. And as I said, their allegiance depended on their surroundings. Like, for example, if it was more favorable for them to work with the Germans around this time, they will work with the Germans. If it was more favorable to work with the Allies around this time, they will work for the Allies.
Well, it was similar in Ukraine with the both more fascistic and mostly the more fascistic coalitions within Ukraine. They did similar things. So obviously this stuff was happening throughout Europe at the time, where there were these kinds of coalitions. However, I wouldn't say that Ukraine is a fascistic country because there are fascistic organizations that worked in Ukraine over a period of time. I think it's weird when the West denies that they exist today. Whereas, does this group exist today in Serbia?
The Chetniks? Well, not officially, but there are a lot of LARPers.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but basically, like he is right in this. Like the Chetniks have indeed a history of collaboration, but to paint them as exclusively collaborators or even exclusively as resistance is incorrect, because, as I said, their allegiance depended on when it was more valuable for them to side with which side. Like it depended on the circumstance. Like they weren't exclusively collaborators or resistance fighters. Like their allegiance depended on the circumstances they found themselves in.
And that's what you found. That's what I found when I did my research on Ukraine as well. Is that the fascistic elements were opportunistic. So they sided with whoever would help them out.
Pragmatic over opportunistic, honestly.
Pragmatic, yeah.
At the end of the day, what you want is your movement, be it Chetnik, be it Ukrainian. You want your movement to get a better chance, not only at survival, but at the future. If you're gonna get steamrolled by German panzers, it will be against that idea, to pick some 1920 rifles and start shooting at the bloody panzer. Say, you cannot have everything. You cannot just charge at the tank and let's expect you to fight another day.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry if my voice went up. It's because I've taken an allergy pill now because my allergies got bad, but I'll be better in a moment.
Don't worry about it.
We have now seen the successful rehabilitation of Draža Mihailović, Nikola Kalabić, Milan Radivojević Crni, and others, with the simultaneous dismissal of the role of the partisans and the communists. Secondly, it is the promotion of national chauvinism, with Ghost of the Past as the perfect tool for decorating this national myth that often has little to do with actual historical reality. These ghosts are the conservative values of hypermasculinity and militarism, and the alleged purity of Eastern Orthodox values, embodied in these fantastical reconstructed imaginations of the Chetnik movement, of Serbian kingdoms of empires of old, and the Serbian Orthodox Church. These ghosts feed the egotism and chauvinism of the average person, giving them a feeling
really? So any kind of veneration for the past or ghosts of chauvinism, egotism, but if you have any kind of forward-thinking movement, then that's fine. That's what they're talking about. So any kind of reverence for the past, because this is about the hermetics, what I would call it, the dialectics. Everything must be the Whig view of history, always a march forward. There can never be any veneration for the past. Everything that happened in the past was terrible. Always. Really? Was it really? Everything that happened in the past was terrible?
Their logic, of course. Everything that isn't class war is bad.
Black and white, there's no nuance in between.
Exactly. And I really don't think that most people would agree with this. That oh, your grandparents, they're old, they're bad. All right. Try to get people to actually go along with that. They have to abstract it to make it not seem that way. That it's not your history is always bad because you're not moving forward in your dialectic. You're not moving forward in your view of history.
Of pride and content, while perfectly complementing the goal of the ruling elite, which is the preservation of existing property relations and the prevailing socio-economic system. The Serbian capitalist class is perfectly confident in the infallibility of their rule, and is therefore not afraid to allow regressive and conservative forces to express their
he's used that word many times, regressive. If you don't progress, you are regressing. Now, I'd like to regress, but whatever. It's still an interesting piece of terminology.
Revolutionary ideas and even openly promote them, just like they haven't been shy to pass the wheel to fascists when their hegemony was starting to be put in question by the revolutionary wave of the masses. This is the role of monarchy.
What does it have to do with fascism, though?
You do know that there's like people genuinely believe that Hitler was a British agent because of the capitalists, say capitalism to the Soviet Union, right?
I mean, Jalen, what he's mentioning here is a very common idea that when capitalism is threatened, like under threat, the capitalists will fucking press the fucking fascism button to save it.
Oh.
Basically, they see fascism as a last resort to save capitalism.
The 70-day focus trip.
Is this really? This is a real thing that they espouse?
Yeah, this is
I'm
a
not
real
familiar
thing.
with this.
They actually believe that the entirety of World War II, like Hitler and Mussolini, was all a capitalist ploy because the Soviet Union would have dominated all.
I mean that's what they're
ridiculous. For example,
that's what
Mussolini, they used like the fact that he was a pro-war journalist and got paid by the British as evidence that he was a British agent. It is genuinely one of the weirdest shit in
that's why maybe you guys have heard this saying before. That's why they always say fascism is capitalism in decay.
Oh yes. I didn't know that they thought it was a conspiracy theory.
By that logic, I can also say that Trotsky is an American plot, considering he was also funded by them.
True, but you're not to say that.
Some tankies do believe that, actually.
I wouldn't even be shocked.
How do they square their own ideology then?
I don't think they care enough to.
Glorious Papa Stalin was the greatest man in the Soviet Union.
Like, trust me. Even if you have like two communists, but specifically if you, for example, put two, let's say, two Trotskyists and two Stalinists in a room together, one of them is dying.
Okay, we're getting very close to the end of this. Do you guys want to try to do another one after this, or?
Sure. All
right.
Okay. Wait.
I'll do the shorter one.
Okay.
It's 18 minutes.
So we started the stream around
7:30. Well, by the time we got started watching the video, it was after 8. So
good job, Reddit.
We've done an excellent job. We'll try to get through the other one. I'll play the shorter one after this. Yeah. So I think we're near his denouement.
Anarchism plays in the grand scheme of things the role of a safety backup for capital in case the organized fury of the working class ever manages to endanger it. Unsurprisingly, they advocate for reinstating traditional family values and are strictly against same-sex marriage.
Yeah, because just out of curiosity, it hasn't worked out terribly well. I mean, it's pretty good for Russia. Let's think. Tsar, 70 years of how many years of communists? About 1910s to late 1980s. Yeah, so roughly about 70 years of communism versus how much they've went from that till now. Yeah, I think there might be a reason why people want to fail safe against the sort of rebellion of the working class, because it turns out it's kind of shit.
And also the things that China and Russia, both, by the way, communist nations, don't want anything to do with is Western gay stuff.
I wonder why.
That causes people to not want to reproduce.
To be fair, though, the Soviet Union initially legalized, gay marriage, and it was Stalin who criminalized it again.
Mm-hmm. Just saying though, like that in the modern day, both China and which is allegedly, supposedly communistic.
So if we
do
a
bunch of caveats.
Okay,
they do.
so I'm just gonna say that by that logic, consider me banning gay marriage just extending a handshake to the communists.
Oh, there you go.
That's called diplomacy now.
There's your neural handshake.
I've talked about this conservative phenomenon in these 2 videos of mine, which I advise you to check out.
No.
Then they
No.
go on about protecting children
No.
from alcoholism and drugs, introducing a 12 a.m. curfew for all kids younger than 16.
What the fuck
which
does this have to do with monarchism?
Wait, this has nothing to do with anything. Just okay. Is he done?
That's just traditionalism.
Is he just done? Yeah, he's just saying like
Okay,
traditionalism bad.
Okay, you know what? Fucking oy vey, pull the plug.
All right, you know what? True, to be fair. Let's move on to the next thing. Oh, wah, I'm upset that children can't get drunk. Okay, you seem kind of fucked up, my dude. If you're thinking that it's... Here it is. This is the short one, isn't it?
Lives
Okay,
Germany,
let's-
apparently. Not even
Let me
in
make
Serbia.
sure.
Okay, let's
Imagine
see.
yourself.
Is this the shorter one? Hang on.
It's
I knew
21
I should.
minutes.
There's one that's 18.
Okay, that's the Hakim one.
Oh yeah, it's the Hakim one. Would you rather do this one, which is what about human nature? So they're very similar in length.
What if we let democracy talk?
Let's
if you know
let
what I mean.
democracy choose. So this poverty. Okay, so here's the 2 names of the video. Whole.
We're a very bad monarchy channel, by the way.
video-
Use democracy.
This poverty graph. Now you'll probably get me to spurg out way more in that one. Because it's about a graph.
God
and
help
then,
us.
I'll probably get really mad. I looked at only a little bit of it and I was like, ugh. And then the other one was again, what about human nature? Human nature. I don't know, guys, I know you've probably never seen either one. I'm gonna walk away for like a minute
There.
to use the restroom and be right back. And then we'll see what the chat says and we'll pick it. They're
I vote
about the same
human
length.
nature.
Come on, democracy. Come on,
Let's go democracy for once.
So, how was your evening been, gentlemen?
Right now,
Good to
I'm looking at the chart. I want human nature to win. Because listening to a bunch of tankies talk about human nature always is really, really funny. Because they don't have any of it. You know, all these people always talk like this kind of way, and then you realize that you've never actually had any conversation with a human being.
You think they lived in mom's basement actually any time in the day except like
Yeah.
sodas and French fries?
No, I don't think so. Because sunshine hurts them. So does
By the
exercise.
way, I want to ask, like, for the people in chat. So, how are you guys like enjoying this sort of content where we basically smash on tankies all the time? Like we could. Okay, I'm not gonna try and speak for Aiden and Spoon, but I would actually love to do more tanky tier squad live streams. Wouldn't you say so, Wolfgang?
I mean, I like gambling.
Yeah, I'd definitely love to do this more
I like
often.
the phrase
I don't know.
tanky tier squad.
Well, it's always
Tanky tier squad.
Spoon and I always enjoy. I think
Ripping
able
on
to-
people.
well, and being able to talk also to like-minded. Even though we have very different perspectives on things, people who have a similar idea about monarchy, at least, and I think it partially is because we are in the advanced minority of political ideology. I don't think we actually are in reality.
I like the way that you phrase that.
Well, no,
You make
I
it sound
think
like we're advanced, like we're going, like we're progressing towards the obvious conclusion, which is like monarchy is the next choice.
We are getting closer to the realm of Jakub.
Yeah, right. I think it's more that
Oh,
as we
God,
talked
yeah.
about in the Serbian issue, is that in the Serbian context, the regular people are in favor of monarchy. Or again, look at the death of the Queen or the ascension of King
Yeah.
Charles. People absolutely are in favor of monarchy, but there's people who ascribe to it publicly are in a minority. And I think that we're speaking from a different kind of understanding than probably people who are just arguing back and forth of left and right, and
the left and right paradigm is completely broken, especially if you look at how the regime is treating RFK right now.
Boring. To be honest, it's boring.
That's why you have to read the news, because if you read the news right now, you'll go, oh my god, these people are utterly disconnected with reality. It's insane.
Okay, so I'd say maybe we should already close the polls. It's not because I want human nature to win for the mail-in votes to arrive, but
okay, so it looks like human nature video has won.
Good.
So we're gonna go with the human nature video, which is this one. Here it is. It's a little bit longer. Hopefully we can make it through it. I'll pop it into the watch together. There it is. And I did use this one as an inspiration for the thumbnail, because it was of course, we should improve society somewhat imagery.
Oh god, the title of this video is already going to piss me off.
By the way, that reminds me of this one meme where it's like, I think we should improve society somewhat, and it's just fucking Julius Evola. No. Like, is that accurate?
Julius Evola is one of the most probably misunderstood writers of the modern era at this point, because so many people hate him and haven't read him. They haven't read what he's written. It's like, Evola said he was a super fascist. That means you can't. Even though he said it as a joke, while he was in a trial where he was being tried as being a fascist. He's like, oh no, I'm not a fascist. In fact, I'm a super fascist. It was called a meme. You can't understand a meme. And so now people are like, oh, you've read a book from an Evola? That makes you a super fascist. No, Evola was clearly being not fascistic, but facetious. He was joking about the super fascist thing. It really does make me have an aneurysm every time I see people make that argument about Evola. I don't agree with Evola on everything, or on many things actually, but taking the super fascist quote as literal is very stupid in my opinion.
To be fair, Evola, at least compared to other authors like Charles Maurras, I think he gets too much credit, at least compared to others. But I think are relatively bad, I suppose.
Evola is just a scapegoat, I think. He's another person who gets used as
but he's not really an actual intellectual. No? Like, for example, I'm not sure if you ever have. Fuck my English, bloody hell. Anyway, if you ever read anything about Charles Maurras of d'Action Française? Like,
I have not.
I love this book. Genuinely, I'm not integrist. I mean, I consider myself at least somewhat integralist.
You just spell it out for me, because the guy that Simon and I often reference, who no one else has read, or very few people have read, is Erich von Kuhnert-Lenin.
His writing is very easy to understand, except the liberty or equality is kind of dense.
I don't think it's dense, but
because you're smarter than me.
Well, I didn't find Evola difficult to read either. I mean, Ride the Tiger was not the kind of thing I'd usually read, but yeah, it's interesting anyway.
Okay, so should we go on with the video?
Yes, let's go.
Yeah, because I think we should try to limit the ramblings to like maximum 5 minutes per.
Yeah, let's try to, because we're now getting late, so let's go.
Yeah.
But if you had made a slightly different choice at a key juncture in your life, went to a different school, didn't break up with this or that partner, didn't quit that job.
Fuck you, I'm out!
Or kept smoking, would it still really be you, or would the radically different sequence of events born to your alternate choices make you almost unrecognizable to yourself?
This is metaphysics, by the way.
This incredibly unnerving question is asked, among others, in the brilliantly written hit series Severance. In it,
I don't care
how the
about
hell is
TV
this
shows.
unnerving?
It's just basic
the
metaphysics.
main characters go through a particular procedure which renders their work self, who they are at work, completely severed from their home self. You go into an elevator and boom, no idea what's going on at home. You clock out, boom, you have no idea what just happened at work. But, and this is important, your work self, when you clock back in on the next day, remembers everything they had experienced on the previous workday.
Okay, that actually
in a way, the first day you clocked in...
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting premise. I don't like using media as a metaphor necessarily entirely for a political argument you're about to make. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but You know,
You shouldn't base your political views on that TV show. That's how you end up with the rebels of Star
that's how I
Wars.
feel. Yeah.
No.
Work
It's
yourself.
just to make it relatable to the audience. That's all.
I think that's what he's doing. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know. This is a video I did not watch.
I mean, it is a completely valid and effective strategy.
Yeah.
Was born. The work environment, a satirical, oversimplified version of an office where their daily task is to press random buttons and chase weird symbols on the screen without knowing why, becomes their world.
Is it the guy from Parks and Rec? What's his show called? That's Ben from Parks and Rec, isn't it? Ben Wyatt? What's the name of the actor? Oh my god. His name's Adam Scott? What was the name of this show again? Sorry. What was the name of this show? It looks just like him. Whatever. Who cares?
Yeah.
I kind of used to have a crush on that character in the show in Parks and Rec.
Aiden is easily distracted by shiny things.
Yeah, I am.
The only thing they have ever known. Their colleagues, the only people they will ever meet. So, okay, great sci-fi setting, work alienates, blah, 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 YouTube essay number 67,349. Is that what we're going to be covering here? Well, no. Instead, let's treat the show's premise as a thought experiment and dive into a much more interesting dilemma. One on human nature versus nurture, or better yet, how much would you change? Would your worldview change? Would your moral compass and identity change if you had two versions of yourself cut between two systems, two environments, informed by two differing ideologies?
Oh no, the boomer comics have appeared.
Oh no.
The most famous and arguably most insatiable cringe-inducing argument that gets thrown at people who fantasize about a post-capitalist world is, what about human nature? That simple question posits an even simpler view of human consciousness and decision-making. It says man is flawed through his greed, jealousy, and selfishness.
Yes.
Yes.
It's inherent.
I was going to say, yeah, that's human nature. Okay.
I mean,
is this why you wanted to watch this?
Such a shit economic situation nowadays.
Oh, I assume this is why people wanted me to watch this, because I have not watched this, and this is gonna absolutely freak
Trigger
me out.
the shit out of you.
As a social scientist, this is gonna make me lose my mind. I would try not to pause though, unless it's really necessary. I'll collect all my information to dump on it.
And that as such, he would destroy and corrupt any system which doesn't utilize those very flaws.
Yes.
The way capitalism, for example, does with greed, by throwing us in the gladiatorial arena.
Are you not entertained?
Or to be more realistic, a children's sandbox of the free market where the greediest win. The human natur, brain king.
Wait, which one is true? Do the greediest win, or is it a children's sandbox? Wait, what? Is it a childish interpretation of capitalism, or is that not your interpretation of capitalism?
Don't try to think about it too much, or you might debunk him.
That probably got that argument off of Reddit, that got it off of 9gag, that got it off of 4chan, who probably got it off of Mein Kampf or something.
Oh,
and
of
so
course.
on and so on.
See the current way
you went from greed from Mein Kampf? What?
How long did it take just to get to Mein Kampf? 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Like literally at this point, the question is, in what Tankie video essay didn't they mention Hitler?
It took him. That is the question. We have to look through these, see which one they don't mention Hitler. It took him less than 3 minutes to mention Mein Kampf.
We organize our economic states, called capitalism, as the final step of human evolution. They proceed to quote Churchill saying,
"If you are not a liberal when you are 25, you have no heart. If you are not a conservative by the time you are 35, blah, blah, blah."
Okay, here's the thing. By the way, we've never actually been able to attribute this quote to Churchill. This quote has been attributed to like 10 or 15 different people. So whatever. So he's saying, I never even said this, but guess what? Someone said this at some point. Whatever.
I never even said this. All that. I did say racist things about Indians.
Okay. At least he integrated that joke a bit better.
By the time you are 35, blah, blah, blah. I never even said this. All that. I did say racist things about Indians.
Or use terms my 14-year-old.
Also, as far as I'm aware, that quote was socialist, not liberal.
Yeah, we don't.
As far as I'm aware, and I can guarantee the person who said it was a former socialist.
niece considers obsolete at this point, like the end of history, inadvertently positing that this megamall of a civilizational blip on our long history is supposed to be our peak.
Oh, did you know that the end of history shit comes out of the same kind of hermetic philosophy that your shit comes out of, not ours? Like, that end of history is what you're supposed to get when you finally reach the end of the Marxist dialectic, when you have finally deconstructed every single aspect of society into its most basic forms. Do you know what you get out of that? Because Marx draws from Hegel, then you become God. That's the ultimate point of all this. That's why it's a fucking weird satanic cult. Sorry, I'm going off into a weird... I'm not wrong, though. That's what their Gnostic philosophy, their Gnostic religion believes, is that once you attain full completion of the Marxist project of breaking down all differences between societies, whether it's class, whether it's sex, whether it's race, etc., that's when you can ascend into godhood. I know that sounds insane, but if you look at their philosophy, because Marx was into all that esoteric shit as well, that's what you end up at. Anywho. Don't call me an esotericist when you believe in that shit, man.
Right.
Their lack of vision would probably make Ray Charles call them blind. It would be absolutely fair to discuss and debate human nature as it was thousands of years ago, as we were first crawling up on two legs, a human nature informed almost exclusively
Hey, look, it's back home.
by what our genetics, our bodies, hormones, and brain.
Well, Spoon's a South African, if you're not aware. He's feeling like he's back home.
Anglo?
Afrikaner.
Oh, okay, that's a good side.
Told us to do. Many fine thinkers, from John Locke to Hobbes and all the way up to the most contemporary of philosophers.
Ugh. They hate Jordan Peterson so much, it's weird.
Yeah.
How much they despise him.
At this point, it just makes me support him to see.
I know. Why is Aiden claiming everything's Gnostic recently? Because I read too much about it. That's why.
Obsessed with this question. But to discuss human nature by analyzing the modern human is so brashly unscientific, it would rival that of flat earth theory. Why? Because experiments conducted in an uncontrolled environment aren't experiments, they're guesswork. The modern...
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, not no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. See, we can put in counters to be able to account for any kind of potential variation.
This is where Aiden is going to flex nerd rage.
Okay, so you have a sample. You have a sample size, capital N, massive sample size. Now we're looking at individual samples within that. That's a minor n, a lowercase n, right? We're able to account for every single possible fucking variation within that. It's called a statistical weight. It's not difficult to put this into. What do you want to do? You want to do a regression analysis? You want to be an ANOVA, a MANOVA? What do you want to do? We can put in the weights for every single fucking thing. They exist. And in fact, if they don't already exist, we can take weights from the existing population of the capital N sample and apply them to the lowercase n sample to be able to account for any possibly imaginable difference in population, both big N and small n, that is comprehensible. Every single thing about that you just said is able to be calculated via mathematics. So nope, you're wrong. Sorry, incorrect. Just wrong. Just incorrect. You don't understand mathematics. You're bad. Fucked. You're fucked. You don't understand math. Bye.
Modern human psyche is informed by thousands, if not millions, of internal and external factors which inform their sense of identity.
Yes, and you can calculate for all of them. You can calculate for every single one, down to the fucking minutia of one single factor. We have statistical analysis to be able to calculate this down to one factor if need be. Oh, you don't know that because you're an idiot. Whoops.
The normalcy, for the lack of a better word.
No.
Sorry, I'm a statistician, so like
but you remind me of my math teacher so much.
Because I hate people when people lie like this or just don't know. Just shut up, man. If you don't know it, don't say it.
Word nature. In a way, there is nothing natural about humans as they are today. And there hasn't been from the moment we altered our behavioral pattern to those of animals. Put it simply as possible, we live in a society. But no, seriously, the idea that we can extract what is natural instinct and what is a, quote, consequence of our environment in modern society would be like looking for a needle in a planet-sized haystack. Are you greedy because there's something rotten at your core, or because the modern sense of accomplishment is tied to the pursuit of wealth? Are you...
No, we can calculate for this as well. We can calculate for...
That's a very lefty perspective, actually.
He said just something that... Oh my god, I'm so glad we watched this one instead of the other one. No, we can calculate because we can actually measure it longitudinally. Have you had this position since you were a child, or is this something that you developed when you were later in life? This is very easy to calculate. I mean, it's not easy. It's easy to figure out how to calculate it. And we know that... My god, this guy is a fucking idiot. Like, you don't have the most basic comprehension of statistics. That's funny, though. This is really funny to me. Oh my. Sorry, I'll try not to be so rude, but wowie.
She was let entirely loose on this man, God help him.
I'm loving it. I don't mind.
I can't stand bad math, man, or lack thereof.
Jealous because it's coded in us to be, or have thousands of hours of consumed content taught you that there's tons of people out there whose lifestyles you'll never reach or
we can easily do that through longitudinal analysis to figure out which one is which. And I can tell you, by the way, that I've conducted a bunch of analysis. I've read the research on this, and the reality is that leftists are largely driven by jealousy. Isn't that interesting? We've been able to figure out that leftists, such as yourself, are driven by jealousy, envy, and hatred of other people because they hate when people have things that they don't have. We don't find that relationship in the right. And I'm talking about multiple different meta-analyses and individual analyses as well. But in the meta-analysis, it's a little bit harder to deny. Talking about this being implemented in you seems like it's a little bit of a self-report, my dude. Why are you so jealous? Why are you so envious?
It's basically just projecting.
Exactly. Sorry, I'm going ham. I'll slow down.
Are you bigoted because it's natural to fight for your own in-group, or are you just brainwashed by divisive, hateful ideology?
No, everyone is prone towards their own in-group. We find it in infants as young as about 3 months old. There's always propensity towards in-group. Identification, it happens via the looking at the mother's face for any kind of time. Now, by the way, if your mother is of a different race than you, then you tend to have propensity towards reactivity towards your mother's face when she's a different race. If your mother is black, and then you tend to have more reactivity towards her face. That's the implicit associations test, which mostly sucks, but can work in children in an interesting way. I'm sorry. I'm nothing but a source of citations on this shit. So, no, you're wrong on that one, too. There's research on this. You could have actually looked it up, but you chose not to.
Not knowing the exact answer to those questions is exactly the point. No matter how many hypotheses exist...
No. There are answers to those questions. I just gave you the answers.
On the tabula rasa, the clean slate, the pre-character creation screen version of ourselves, they will likely remain just that, hypotheses. But okay, you don't have to...
No, they're not hypotheses. We have actual data on every single question that you just posed there. We have significant, extensive data on every single question there. Sorry, go ahead.
By the way, I'm pretty sure that Wolfgang is in love right now.
No, thank you. I'm good, mate.
We have extensive, significant data on every single question he posed there. So, nah.
Break out the numbers.
I can. Just give me a couple minutes. And, I've made videos on every single one. Well, I've made videos on every single one.
The numbers say, then what do they mean?
Well, I just explained what they mean. They don't mean what he thinks they mean because he's a fucking ideologue. He doesn't care about information. All I care about is data. I don't give a fuck about what I do care about what it means, I guess. But first and foremost, the interesting thing is the information. So, fuck this dude.
Trust my word for it. Let's look at,
let's go, scientist man.
She is about to have a field day on this one.
Let's put on our safety goggles and our rubbly gloves. Safety goggles, rubbly gloves. Let's go.
Quote unquote trademarked real science.
You do know what they say about twins, secretly parted, don't you?
Oh, he's gonna debunk me.
Over the last few decades, many social experiments were conducted on twins separated at birth, or at least at an incredibly young age. Scientists wanted to determine hundreds of differing environmental influences on individuals with extremely similar genetics. If you raise the same kid in 2 spots, how much do they differ? Basically, to answer the age-old question of if life quality equals genetics x environment, how big is one versus the other? The answers might be a bit more complicated than what we would expect, but I wouldn't call them exactly surprising. To quote Siegel, an expert on the topic, twin studies are simple, very elegant design. Holding the genetics constant allows researchers to study the age-old question of nature versus nurture, what aspects of a person came from their DNA and which come from their environment. There was a time when scientists tended to think one or the other factor was more important to development, but they have since come to realize how limiting it is to continue our
Uh-oh, do you see what we're looking at here?
What?
Thesis, antithesis, conflict. Do you know what this is? This is the Hegelian dialectic. He has literally put the Hegelian dialectic on the screen, but that's okay. That's all right. He is actually
anything more.
This is legitimately the Marxist, aka Hegelian dialectic that he's put on the screen. Very interesting.
Understanding of behavior, health, and identity to this either-or dichotomy. Quote, nature and nurture work in concert, Siegel says, affecting every measurable human trait. In one study, where two sisters separated at birth between the UK and the US, the results were rather self-explanatory. When it comes to general intelligence, the twins' IQ scores of 93 for the US and 82 for the UK were in the average and low average ranges respectively, yet very different. Overall, the twins' differences were more frequent than their similarities. Differences were most apparent in general intelligence, troop completion times, ID.
I didn't know I was going to have to go into this.
Here we go.
All right. Time to fix the popcorn.
Okay. So, generally speaking, when you're talking about this kind of level of difference in IQ tests between twins, it is what's going to be considered a nutrition effect, right? There's something that's happening within the environment that is preventing one of the twins from reaching their optimal IQ, right? Okay. The IQ, the operational IQ, or the operative IQ, is going to be the same because they're twins. What's preventing it is something in the environment. Yes, that's true. However, what their natal IQ potentiality was is identical. That doesn't change. It's that it's being limited because of some kind of factor in the environment. The natural potentiality doesn't change. The change only occurs via nature, or excuse me, via the amount of nurturance that's being incurred, the diet, etc. It's not your natural proclivity; it's a limitation on your natural proclivity, if that makes sense. And the Stroop test, oh my god.
Ideational fluency, psychomotor completion times, and medical health. Similarities included mental status, job satisfaction, and social support. The personality data yielded mixed findings, and the twins approached their relationships with one another from different perspectives, but were pleased to have met. In general, behavioral and physical differences between the twins appeared linked to genetic factors and to UK's childhood illnesses. The way they ended up living, which is arguably the most important part though, was arguably radically different.
Post facto, after, why do you care? Why would you expect twins to have the exact same lifestyle after they've grown up? They've already been introduced to different stimuli as children, so that alone is why you're seeing the IQ differential. Oh my god. You're seeing the IQ differential because of environmental factors, which is like a maximum amount of environmental factors, which I believe he said was an 8-point IQ differential, which is pretty significant, but not that significant. 8-point IQ differential, 92 versus 84? Okay, so their lives are going to be significantly different because they're not the same fucking person. But even if they had the same IQ, they wouldn't become the same person. That's not how twins work. Is this person stupid?
I don't think
what the fuck? Well, they were twins. I thought that was a thing. It was a twin study that he's talking about. It's a twin study.
I don't think this one. The
women
doesn't have a twin.
The women in the image aren't twins, but this was a twin study. Twins separated at birth, which is a difficult study to do. And he said one twin reported with a 94 IQ or a 98 IQ, and the one with an 84 IQ. No, it wasn't. 92 and 84. That was it. 92 and 84, which is an 8-point IQ differential, which is within just over one standard deviation. A standard deviation within the IQ differential is 5 points. So it's just over one standard deviation. That's not massive. And that is within the realm of possibility for the influence of environmental factors. Every single piece of research you could ever find on IQ, on Weiss or Weschler, would tell you that a 8-point IQ differential between the same person, that's due to random error. By the way, 5 points is random error. 8 points, that's definitely random error plus environmental factors. He doesn't have the capacity to understand that he's talking about random error in IQ here. And whoever wrote the study that he's citing also probably does know that, but is citing it incorrectly. That's random error. It's random error plus environmental factors. Jesus.
But in another case from '79, Jim Springer and Jim Lewis, the Jim twins, were reunited at age 39 after not knowing the other existed. As described in Siegel's book on the identical Jim twins born together, reared apart, both had been adopted and raised by different families in Ohio, just 40 miles apart from each other, so not exactly very different environments. But despite their separate upbringings, it turned out that both twins got terrible migraines.
Both explained their same mixed headache syndrome in exactly the same way as if someone is beating on their head.
Definitely genetics.
Bit their nails, smoked Salem cigarettes, drove light blue Chevrolets, did poorly in spelling and math, and had worked at McDonald's and as part-time deputy sheriffs.
Which is fucking point.
The weirdest part was that one of the Jim twins had named his first son James Allen, the other had named his first son James Allen. Both had named their pet dogs Toy. Both had also married women named Linda.
You guys.
Linda.
Then they got divorced and both married women named Betty. Now, this might sound rather sensationalist because, let's be honest, it is. Even then, two men with the same genetic code living in a relatively similar environment and having gone through...
Oh, hang on 1 second. No, I've been a little offended.
Well, let's be honest, it is. Even then, two men with the same genetic code living in a relatively...
The South is just West Virginia. That's my home country. By that I mean Ohio State. Nah, that's just rude. West Virginia right here is Cincinnati, but whatever, where I went to college. Whatever.
Similar environment,
rude.
And having gone through incredibly similar life events, had their differences. For starters, one divorced Betty and married a woman named Sandy, which, as Siegel jokes, must have caused worry for the other still married Betty. But it gets even more complicated. The reasons why identical twins, even very young ones, have differences at all, not just in life outcomes, but temperament, taste, physical traits, can come down to random chance, but it can also be traced to how each sibling's identical genes are expressed. Basically, just having certain genes doesn't mean they will influence your life. These microscopic variations in lifestyle can lead to radical differences in a person's health, personality, and even appearance. The study of how this...
It depends. Are not in identical twins. Appearance, no, not in identical twins. They're from the same egg, my dude. No. It's not going to affect appearance in identical twins. But okay. Otherwise, yes. Brothers and sisters are different, but not identical twins.
Works is known as epigenetics.
Yes.
For example,
we can talk about all kinds of epigenetic
lifestyle and diet, as we said. Researchers are also looking at epigenetics to explain exactly why some twins start out with the same characteristics, but dramatically diverge as they age. And
because of
Chilling is dying inside.
I am dying.
Of water.
No, I'm fine. I've got wine. That's even better. I've got sparkling wine. But this is you can't understand why two different people would come to be slightly different and not identical as adults, despite being twins. I mean, what epigenetics is not what that's about. That's not, generally speaking, what epigenetics is looking at. Is that why don't twins end up doing the exact same thing for the entirety of their lives? What is he even talking about? This is absurdist. This is like someone who this is like a child's understanding of science.
Wait, wasn't his initial argument that greed isn't that connected with human nature? Like, what the hell does this have to do with it?
I don't know, but by the way, greed is connected to human nature, and I have data that show that, by the way. I have a whole bunch of studies that show that greed is connected to human nature.
I don't even need a study to believe that, because in my 2 years of working in a nursery school, I've seen so many fucking 1-year-olds and 2-year-olds literally taking toys from one another.
Yeah. And by the way, like what I found in my research in that I've conducted, well, that I didn't conduct personally, but that I've read, is that the greed stuff is that it's highly related to leftist ideologies, that people who espouse and they say, oh, I like communism, I want to redistribute the wealth, it's because they themselves are greedy. They themselves want the money for themselves, and they actually would rather other people have less as long as they get more. That's been the entirety of the research I've been able to find on that. It's been pretty definitive. That's where I thought this was going. I didn't know that we were going in a DNA direction, but unfortunately, I also have information on this, so whoopsie.
Perhaps why one twin may suffer from an illness while the other one is not affected at all. In a study published in the National Academy of Sciences, 80 pairs of identical twins ranging in age from 3 to 74 were studied. They discovered that 35% of twins...
No shit, because you're rolling the fucking dice. It's called a statistic. Just because one twin has an epigenetic problem doesn't mean the other one will inherently develop it as well. It's not that fucking complicated. It's basic fucking statistical probability. Calm down. Excuse me.
Twins revealed a difference in genes. The study suggests that genes are regulated by epigenetics, and that as twins age,
Oh, dude, you don't even know what an ANOVA is, I guarantee it.
their DNA also changed. Their life basically started modifying.
Their DNA fundamentally did not change. It changed in terms of the activation of particular genes within the DNA structure. The DNA did not change. Don't say it essentially changed. Their
DNA changes.
Somehow your body just changes its DNA. No. The activation of certain gene strands within the DNA that are activated, that can change. Yeah.
I mean, you can make the same case for, like, certain diseases. I mean, majority of diseases, like specific chronic diseases, Like, the genes are always there, it's just they might not manifest always.
Precisely.
For example, a mother can carry a gene, pass to the son has no problem, but the grandson can have the disease. Even though they always have the gene, not all of them have manifested it.
Well, that's exactly what he's talking about. He's saying, well, it activated in one twin, so that proves that twins aren't the same. Which they aren't, identically. I mean, you're rolling the dice, right? This is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. I mean,
I love how one guy in the comments said literal race science.
He is not quite at Trout. The Trout pregnancy is very short tier, but it's on that level of incomprehensible anti-science, I'd say.
Their genetic
I am
code.
not an expert on genealogy, but I know at least a little basic, and I'm getting my head completely wrapped around. I'm having an incredibly hard time even comprehending what the fuck is trying to say.
Honestly, I'm just here to learn.
Oh, fuck. I guess all I do is read papers all day, so I'm like, this has activated me in a way I wasn't really anticipating. I didn't know how bad this video was.
Aiden neuron activation.
Yeah, it's... well, I guess this is the right video to pick, chat, because, well, you got me activated. Ugh. And now I'm not gonna be able to sleep, by the way. I'm gonna be so mad about this.
To me, that is absolutely wild.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Researchers believe that external factors could dramatically change certain expressions of genes by causing them to become, for example, irregular. While the epigenetic...
Oh, no. It can't change one mouse's fur color. No. Instantaneously. Oh my god. Nice way of representing that. To pretend like someone could become white or black, because that's what the implication is, right? No.
I'm not sure if you ever saw that movie that has the Nazis on the dark side of the moon. Then the American president sends like a black astronaut, and then Joseph Mengele just makes the guy white and sends us back to Earth.
For real. No, it doesn't quite work like that. But it's that same thing. Like Grandma and Grandpa's genetic cookbook. Let's see.
genetic debate of what makes us who we are is still undecided, researchers lean to the idea that all external and internal influences encourage and affect our behavior. And because of twins, science is taking closer steps in uncovering the truths of said human behavior. Quote, no longer is it nature versus nurture, but nature via nurture. Writes Dr.
No, it's both. It's both. It's nature and nurture. Don't get that shit confused.
Matt Ridley in The Agile Gene, How Nature Turns on Nurture. Quote, you will have to enter a world where your genes are not puppet masters pulling the strings of your behavior, but puppets at the mercy of your behavior.
This is just
the thing isn't like, if this was true, then we would be able to control, cancer, for example, and all those cold diseases.
I'd be able to say, cancer, go away. Play again another day. But no, that's not how it works. You can't control your genes. And cancer is a genealogical disease, largely speaking. It's an error in gene coding. So no, you can't do that. This is very stupid. It's all part of the same leftist thing of mind over matter stuff, right? No, it's not how it works. Sorry. Just isn't.
A world where instinct is not the opposite of learning, where environmental influences are sometimes less reversible than genetic ones, and where nature is designed for nurture. Basically, in normal people language, while using separated and non-separated twins in a search for answering whether environment or genetics influence someone's outcome, financial, health, what we believe, we found out far more about ourselves than we might have expected. While the set of traits we are born with does help set us out on one path or another, while it may influence some of our preferences and traits, the moment we leave our parents' womb, the moment we start interacting with the outside environment, our genes, our nature begins to alter and adapt, building up.
Is anyone surprised by this?
Like it's literally like that big brain moment, like he literally just discovered Ocean Gate.
Yeah, did you just figure out the most basic thing ever? That
also, I'm still waiting for the fucking greed punchline.
Right.
I don't understand what the fuck is going on.
What? Yeah, duh. If you have terrible parents, and you're raised separately as a twin, and you're not given nutrition, then you're not going to do as well as your twin, who's raised separately from you, who's given nutrition. Duh. But however, your upper echelon's going to be the same. If your twin has had the perfect, most optimal environment, and their IQ is 110, your IQ is not going to be higher than 110, no matter what, okay? Just saying. Like, that's the optimal. That's the best case. So, whatever. I
remember having an argument about this, like when I had philosophy classes in high school, because we were talking about predeterminism and free will. And we had such a bloody argument. Basically our philosophy just introduced the question, and everyone was decided and they were all Immanuel Kant again. Mm-hmm. And bloody hell, these videos remind me of a certain colleague I had, which didn't understood jack shit and just talked off their ass by looking at TikTok.
Yeah, it seems that kind of direction, right?
Building up unique individuals who transform the world, while the world, in a very literal and philosophical sense, transforms them. So, next time someone says humans are wired to behave in a particular way...
Oh,
here it comes.
No! I'm okay, hang on.
Here it comes, the punchline.
I have to put my entire... I have to...
Come on, breathe.
Next time someone says humans are wired to... Hang on, go back, because I'm about to have a fucking aneurysm.
In a very literal and philosophical sense, transforms them. So, next time someone says humans are wired to behave in a particular way and use that as a reason to why the world can't change, remind them that the world changing would change how we are wired.
No! Okay. Yes, over the course of 40 to 80,000 years, absolutely. Not right now.
Also, by the way, am I the only one, ever since he started talking about this stuff, am I the only one who hasn't understood like even 10% of what he was saying or even comprehended it? Am I the only one?
He was saying that because in some instances there are very minor differences between human twins who are raised apart. That means that humans can evolve instantaneously.
That's his argument.
Yes.
Like, even I see that's retarded.
Yeah. So that if you say like, hey, here's a bunch of research that shows here's the history of human society and how humans react to stimuli. And he's like, yeah, but like twins raised apart are a little different. Therefore,
but what about my twins?
This is maybe the stupidest thing I've ever heard in terms of evolutionary psychology. This is maybe that I might have to make a video about this.
Yeah, you should actually make a comprehensive response against this guy.
I'm obviously not without a lack of words. Or with a lack of words for this. But this is so bad. Cause when you stretch our love across all time,
okay, second part.
Becomes the construct of the mind. It's the practice of the man. Did you know that millennials are the least wealthy generation, despite the fact that they currently represent the largest group in the workforce?
Gee, I wonder why. Has it something to do with society and politics? Or is it... Oh.
Because the Federal Reserve is gay.
No, it couldn't have anything to do with it because of the fact that millennials are intentionally being stifled with a bunch of stupid fucking policy issues and politics that force them to pay all their fucking all money and encourage them to not have children. Interesting.
Business Insider reports that boomers are 10 times wealthier than millennials. It gave birth to the term...
Because they're way older and we're living in a different society. Oh my god, I hate when they do this stuff. They live in a different situation that allowed them to actually make money. Millennials are not living in the same situation.
Did you know when capitalism?
Did you know capitalism bad? It's so stupid.
Term generational wealth gap, which describes the difference between the amount of wealth accumulated within one generation relative to the wealth accumulated within another generation. By wealth, we mean savings, investment, and other forms of assets, including real estate. Productivity has literally never been higher, yet the buying power of younger workers is nowhere even near to that of boomers or even Gen Xers. This
inflation.
Whose responsibility? Yeah, it's that's the fault of inflation. And why is the inflation gone up? Because of increased government spending.
No. Government spending has nothing to do with inflation.
It does in terms of government spending on welfare programs, yes.
I mean, if they are printing money, yeah, but if they are not printing money...
Well, yeah, that's true.
Jokes, satire flying way over everyone's head in that statement.
Oh.
That's another thing about my voice. If I say something serious, I can get people to believe absolutely anything.
No, but
let's just print more money. Let's agree.
Yes,
obviously.
This is like fucking AOC logic, but
nothing bad will happen there. It won't devalue any currency whatsoever.
Yeah.
This sort of rhetoric is usually used as a tool to inspire division amongst generations, implying the boomers owe us something or that millennials are waiting around for a handout. This is baby logic, and saying goo goo gaga goo goo would make more sense. The main difference, talking about the Western Hemisphere here, between generations, between one decade or another, is the economic environment in which those people exist. Economic downturns, global conflicts, or...
We live in the most wealthy period of time in human history. And yet, look at the fucking situation of these people.
What is wrong with America?
Because
it's full of Americans.
The thing is, I've grown in like a rural area, like Tyrol isn't exactly, the cosmopolitan Vienna, and I have never seen anything like this happen around there.
Really? Okay, so I grew up in Baltimore City. I can tell you what's happening here is that all these people are extreme drug addicts. Now, they could get put into homes if they wanted to, but they'd have to get off drugs. That's generally they trade off. I don't even know if they require that in California anymore. Maybe they should require you get off some of the more heavy drugs. And when I worked with the homeless in Baltimore, not a single one of them wanted to get off drugs. And they said, I'd rather live on the street and beg for money and rob people, which they didn't do then, but now they do, than get off drugs. That's what this is. This is all people who would rather... They don't look like they're starving, do they? A lot of them pretty fat.
At what point do you say it is needed for like a government program to alter the situation?
When you need to replace the entire system.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, at least from what you told me, the problem is majority drugs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they are not willing to give up on their own. So at that point, you say there should be an intervention to force that out, because even if
you can't put these people into a mental hospital. It's against the law. Lyndon B. Johnson made that. Lyndon B. Johnson made it illegal because John F. Kennedy's sister had lobotomies and stuff, and Kennedy was very against that for a good reason. And so since then, it's been illegal to... Now, you can pick up a mentally ill person off the street and put them into a mental hospital, but you can't hold them for longer than 48 hours in the United States.
What's the point of the mental hospital then?
Nothing.
How's the homeless?
Welcome to the United States. You can pick the people up off the street and hold them for 48 hours, unless they tell you that they want to kill themselves, and then you can hold them for 2 to 3 weeks. Which is odd, but that's the truth.
I still don't understand how America got an empire. I genuinely don't understand.
I know. I agree. I also don't understand. Well, this is more... It's Lyndon B. Johnson and forward. So it's the 1960s.
Sometimes it's really just dumb luck, simple as that.
Well, again, it's the 1960s.
You should read a book called The American Rebellion.
Yes. This stuff's all in the last 60 years that this has all happened.
Internal strife lead to greater toxicity in the market and therefore inhibit people's ability to save.
And by the way, one thing about this LA scene, this is in like a relatively wealthy part of LA, because all parts of LA are wealthy. Every single part of LA looks like this. Just homeless people everywhere. Shitting on the street, living on the street. It's everywhere.
And to prosper. Sure, that's true, but these problems are...
One of the Europe's largest cities. I don't see this type of thing.
No.
I might occasionally see like one homeless guy there and there.
No.
But to this degree?
No, you don't see this. And this looks like a third world country. But this is California working out great.
And I remember like the one time I called California a shithole, I got so much fucking like, oh my god, but they have such good living conditions. Look at how much money they're making. Look at their GDP.
I was about to say they brought up the GDP argument, didn't they?
They always do the GDP argument.
Yeah. Basically, Silicon Valley and Hollywood is propping up the entire shitty state.
Yeah. And these people still get money. These people living on the street, they still get money from the government.
Wait, what?
They can't get their full money from the government because they'd have to go get clean. But they get money from the government for this shit.
Well,
so
you are paying someone that is not fulfilling the contract it has with the government.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand the logic. I can't.
Nobody does. Nobody understands the logic. It's ridiculous.
Constantly pitched to us as temporary, and yet they are arguing.
The problem is you try to use logic.
I mean, I assume America is a civilized place.
Yes, that may be a false assumption.
Kind of depends on demographic.
The greatest constant of the system. Put the words capitalism and stability together, and what you will get is a joke because that doesn't exist. The continuous, unavoidable deterioration of the system due to its lack of favorability to the majority.
Is it because of capitalism, or is it because of the increasingly, if you look into this, importation and inclusion of social systems that harm the economy?
It's not because of a lax border, inflation, shitty policies, democracy. No. It's just because of capitalism.
In this case, also look at where he draws big lines.
Christ.
Look at where his big economic line decreases here. World War II.
Oh, which is really funny because most people seem to think World War II got people out of the
Well, it's right at the beginning of World War II is where this massive decrease is. And then we're going to see it.
During World War II, you have military production, you have like factories. People go work in the factory. There's a huge increase in demand, to military products. Send them to the front lines. Big shell does kaboom, and you need another shell.
Actually, it might be World War I. It's difficult to tell because for some reason he's put this big picture of marks over it, so I can't tell what the timeline is at the bottom of this image. That's interesting. It's either World War I or World War II, though, because I can see 1955, 1953 is on the other side. So it's somewhere between World War I and World War II that this drop is. Very curious you would seemingly hide that on this graph, which I don't believe is real anyway. I mean, because I just don't trust you, but okay.
Majority through greater wealth concentration, and a tiny minority is no longer able to sufficiently explain its own...
With twins? I don't get it. We started at twins, and now we are at fucking marks.
And look, now he's removed the dates.
Almost like there's a specific reason why he doesn't want us to see the dates.
That's odd. You wouldn't want us to see when that drop occurred. I would assume that's somewhere between the First and Second World War. The Great Depression. Weird. You don't want us to see that.
Reason for existence to the masses. It has, in quite a literal sense, created radically different environments and therefore radically different outcomes for the same peoples in the same land and the same environment.
Oh, also I noticed something here. Look at this graph. It looked like this was drawn by like a computer or whatever. And then look at the end point here. This looks like it was drawn by hand.
Out of curiosity, does that not, if you're not going to show that, does that not mean that capitalism, at least in your mind, did not cause the Great Depression?
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be too
picky,
aggressive, but why do you have a very consistent graph here, and then all of a sudden it turns into a crayon drawing? And why did you remove the years? And where's the citation?
Doesn't exist.
That's interesting, because I think for this, you'd want to have the citation in here. That's very curious to me.
And with the same cultures and extremely similar ideologies.
All the years are still removed.
There is no greater proof of the impact of our environment on our social and financial performance throughout our lives than that of the generational wealth gap. Our parents married earlier, had families earlier.
But wait. Okay, alright, fine.
Earlier, bought their houses earlier, and accrued a hilariously lower amount of debt than we did. Why? Because marriage costs less, having kids cost less, houses cost...
Because there was less people and lower inflation.
Why does it all cost... No,
and also, no, this the other reason is that technology...
Social programs, less government spending.
Technology.
People don't have to pay as much taxes.
Technology.
To be fair, there's also the question of the female entering the...
Yes,
the
women entering the workplace.
Feminism.
There you go. 100%.
I have less faith in that one, by the way.
A woman shouldn't be in the workplace, in my opinion. Speaking as a professor, I don't give a fuck.
30 bloody billion times less. Billy Jr. unavoidably has quite a bit of Billy Sr.'s nature in him, but that never did, nor does it now, mean he will end up achieving what Sr. did before him. The environment breeds success.
What?
And therefore the environment must be altered to allow for success. And yes, some do make it even in the harshest of places, but this exception to...
Oh yeah, he has to put that in there to explain why some people don't fail. Guess what? A lot of people succeed because they try. That's it. But you didn't try, or people often in your audience didn't try, so they have to explain that it's some circumstantial societal issue why they failed.
To the rule in its infinitely tiny proportion is exactly the proof of the definition. The passing of time has altered what we define as normal human behavior, what we define as ethical and moral, what is defined as human nature, claiming it can't change and yet being vastly different to your parents is some truly, truly clown shit.
It is. You are a product of your parents. You're going to have some part of their nature. It will be vastly different is clown world shit. Ugh.
I mean, that's why I have my 5% Baltic genes.
He has a 5-minute conclusion? Where's your data?
Out of curiosity, when you look at places like...
What's the point in going... Hang on,
Aiden, for God's sakes, I'm still looking.
Sorry, go ahead, Spoon.
If you look at places like Detroit, when you look at like the previous... I'm almost going to say regime. May as well fucking be. Look at their sort of factories. Look at their timelines. Look where the jobs went. Like, look at the state of the nation where the boomers made their money. In what professions did they make their money? And look at it now. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of those industries are fucking dead now. Yeah, exactly. Right, so the idea is, oh, look, it's just because of, it's just because of like government policies. And
well, I don't see any reason to finish this video because it's just his conclusions where I assume he's going to repeat. Do you want to watch it? But
honestly,
I think we got it.
Okay, what the fuck did I just want to say? I'd say don't let him cook anymore. He has cooked already, and it's fucking god awful.
His first 16 minutes were incomprehensible. There was no actual scientific literature. He made false scientific statements at every single point, which I debunked, or at least countered. Like, because you can't fuck with me on that thing. Like, like that's not a place where you fuck with me.
This is always something I already mentioned with Balkan Odyssey. He gives the illusion that he knows what the fuck he's talking about. To people who also don't know what the fuck who also don't know what the fuck any of this means. He just gives the illusion that he knows what the hell he's talking about. Then, oh my god, he is right. He changed my mind. A wholesome Chungasaur / teenagers.
We are being asked to stop. So we do have another video and then another one on top of that. But I think we should end here for the evening.
Honestly, even though we only went through like 2 videos, I would say, I would really say Tankie Tier Squad has been a pretty good success so far.
Yeah, I had a really good time. We have to come up with a good day to do this because I had a good time. Did you have a good time, Spoon?
Yeah, although my stomach is really thinking food right now.
Oh, that's why he's just hungry.
I'm saying it. We need to make Tankie Tier Squad into a brand and make it more common. I think that would be really good. It's like it's. Have you guys heard of the Deprogram?
No.
It's basically a fucking Marxist podcast. So let's say between this guy Yugopnik, Hakim, and another guy called Second Thought.
Oh, I heard of Second Thought. Yeah.
Basically, they made this. And they basically made this podcast together, and the Reddit community is one of the fucking worst pile of Marxist shit on that entire website, and I love it. We need to make something like that. Let's turn Tankie Tier Squad into an actual fucking brand and production.
Let's do it. We can do it on this channel if you guys want to. We can do it as a second stream, or I don't know. We could do it like once every 2 weeks or something, if that would work, I guess, because Spoon and I do a stream every week. Spoon, how do you feel about that?
More, yeah.
Honestly, 2 times per week sounds good. And if the thing turns out to be really, really good and it draws in a lot of attention, we may even branch off into our own special channel for this stuff.
Yeah, we could. Which, to be like, here's the thing. I'm
and Tankie Test Tuesday.
I'm very happy to work with other monarchists because there's this kind of perception that we don't exist, and that if we do exist, we're bad, and we're like super, like the most evil. Like we're
proto-fascists, apparently.
Right, we're proto-fascists, as we saw earlier.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the phrase proto-fascist.
Well, I mean, it's cool to say. It's cool to say proto-fascist.
But I like I enjoy talking to other monarchists because we seem to be a very similar mindset, even if we have different ideas on things and different perspectives. And obviously, so again, I'm an American who lives in the UK. Spoon is a South African who lives in the UK. Lavater, where are you from, if you don't mind saying?
I'm an ethnic Bosniak who lives in Germany.
So we've none of us are living in our homelands, or less Wolfgang, and you're in Austria.
Yeah, I do actually live in my country for once.
There you go. So the only person who lives in his own country. But it's we have people from all over the world really there. That is unique. South African, American, Bosnian, and Austrian. That's pretty.
I don't
unique.
know what's more surprising, an American monarch or a South African one. That's kind of rare for either one of us, actually.
True, to be fair, but that's.
I'm also surprised it's an Afrikaner monarchist, honestly.
Yeah.
Why?
But.
I mean,
the Dutch
referendum in the 50s.
Yeah.
I'm not really so much bothered by that.
But honestly, I would say, considering this is something I've noticed from the very beginning, monarchists, especially on YouTube, don't exactly have a voice. There's not that many of us. And I believe if, the four of us, band together, I believe we may have something here and actually change people's minds regarding actually give us a respectable platform to work and preach on. So I believe if, the four of us actually give our best, especially, maybe Tankie Tier Squad is only the beginning of our future glorious cooperation. There is some very big potential between the four of us here that we could definitely achieve.
I'd be down with it, and we do have at least one additional monarchist friend, Scrump, who we could bring on at some point if he's willing to come on. So we have one more monarchist friend, and depending on how much I can bully him, I will try to bully Sargon at some point into coming on. That probably won't happen, but not anymore. He used to talk on people's channels. He still does sometimes. So I'll see if I can ever at any point bully Sargon, because I think Sargon is a monarchist at this point. I think he's just unwilling to admit it.
Wait, Sargon, the famous one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think he was still around.
No, he is.
Yeah.
I actually have him on Discord.
Oh, okay. Before we head out, I want to read the super chats, and then we're gonna head out for the day. Let's read the super chats because we have quite a few here. Hang on. Yeah, we have a number. Okay. Hasidius 45 says, really enjoyed some good old monarchy chat today. Thanks all. Oh wait, that's too new. Hang on. Cold Wormic for 5 says, can we abolish the term neo in all political discussions? It's so infuriating. Basically, stapling it to every era after something to still ain't it. Yeah, well, the term neo is the whole, it's the Whig view of history. Everything must be new forever. Mr. Twisted Frenzy for 20 euros. Sorry, I'm a little congested. I have some allergies. It says, if a country who had a failed monarchy in the past, all bloodlines from royals to nobles were wiped out by socialists, wish to return to monarchy, how would they do it? Cool. How does the modern man anoint a legitimate king? So there's been some active projects to do this, actually.
I can test.
What was that? The Russian monarchy is currently trying to reestablish itself off the coast of Africa. They've actually bought a bunch of islands.
Gone bankrupt already.
Did they go bankrupt? Oh, too bad. They tried. They were trying to buy some islands off the coast of Africa, so there was an attempt. Hasidius for 5 says, really enjoyed some good old monarchy chat today. Thanks. Oh yeah, thank you, Hasidius. Sorry, we read that. Mezina Fats for 5 months says, happy hump day, boss. What exactly is this guy's argument here? Because it sounds like any worldly power greater than myself is bad because I said so.
Yeah, that's basically it.
That's basically it.
That's basically all their arguments always.
Mm. It must be me. I must be the one in charge. A Slosher for 5 Canadian says, wish I knew where I read it, but BlackRock has bought land in Ukraine the size of Italy, not just a money laundering scheme. Yeah, I don't know about that specifically, but
every single Eastern European country is a money laundering.
Yeah. Elsaid Leon for 5 says the myth that fascism is capitalism in decay has been debunked by Keith Woods and Cultured Thug. Just a reaction against it.
I would say Dankula is probably a monarchist at this point. Yeah.
Dank might be
Scottish independent.
Yeah.
He might, but we'll see. Hang on.
No, Dank is definitely
Stewards at some point.
The more you get frustrated with the democratic system, and also when
he would prefer to monarchy or to democracy.
Here's the thing: when you don't like communism or fascism, and then you come to not trust democracy, well, what are you left with?
Monarchy.
It's like, oh, wait a minute, maybe this is the correct answer. Nelthina for 2 says, anyone else can join in with the but you don't have to. Sasha for 10 Canadian says, the welfare state is responsible for tent cities. It, quote, freed us of responsibilities to families, churches, and community. Nah, that's all bourgeoisie. But robbed us of a sense of purpose. Drug addicts are self-medicating. Yes, exactly. But again, go ahead. Sorry.
I just said I agree.
Oh, yeah. And again, remember that families, churches, and community are all bourgeois. Hasselhopper for 10 says, as far as I know, the chart of productivity versus wages over time doesn't account for advances / investment in technology.
There you go. Case in point.
Yeah.
Like
productivity,
I said.
yes, exactly. Productivity is only a change in output of goods and services, less depreciation per hour worked. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then Lamented Guide for 5 says, Wolfgang and Lavender, do you both have YouTube channels? That could be linked in the chat. They are linked, Lamented Guide. They're linked in the description of the stream, but I will see if I can post them here in the chat.
Yeah, they're both in the description. Although I'm pretty active, I still post and work on. Although Wolfgang has been on a pretty big hiatus and hasn't really done much. Although I'll be willing to help him whenever he's ready.
So much when he was employed, I suppose.
Well, at least we gotta congratulate Wolfgang since he has a actual life, unlike the 3 of us.
No, I just have a job.
Bruh.
You're stuck in the Matrix, my boy.
Weirdly, it.
So am I can't say shit.
Hang on. It's given me 404 errors in that, so I'll have to try and fix that. But I'm gonna post Wolfgang's link in the chat because it's giving me 404 errors when I try to click on it.
I will say.
I know.
The video.
I've noticed that they're both 404s, and I don't understand why. Why
the video that I'm going to do tomorrow, it's probably not going to be terribly wrong, but there's a part of me that wants to defend the slave trade.
I know it's what you're going to do.
Like what you just said, Wolfgang. Is there like that one Family Guy? We were like, who the hell starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Yeah, right.
I mean, to be fair, at least if you look at through the lens of the time, it kind of makes sense why it happened. It's just that nowadays everything has to be looked through into presentism.
Yeah, I sent the script to Aiden. Aiden, I think my point was compelling. It doesn't need to be long. It's not to look at it through a moral lens, by the way, because you can't justify it morally. But from other aspects, you can.
I mean, you can basically do the same thing for basically everything that happened in the past. Nothing happened. I mean, except maybe there's always the exception of the bloody Holocaust and Stalin. But
God, jokes I want to make, I can't do it. I would get banned instantly.
But,
for sure, though.
That most things happen for a reason. Like, why did that stuff happen? For other reasons, like.
Mm-hmm.
It is harder to understand the past than it is to just decry it.
Yeah, I would say that is one of the biggest problems that I see, especially in America when they do slavery. Because when America talks about slavery, it just makes me go, "What the fucking hell is with your people and this obsession of they sold our people?" Like, dude, they're all Africans. Like, they don't consider your people, like, they're all one fucking race, right? They're all Africans, so they distinguish by tribal identities. Like, your people is, like, just so fucking stupid.
There is, to be fair, there is quite a lot of racial differences in Africa proper.
Yes,
like
but
the best case, it's the Uganda genocide, I know that, but I don't fucking know their names, I'm sorry.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Anywho, I think we've come to a conclusion. I've updated the links to both of your channels in the chat, so and in the description, so it should work now. So I think hopefully we'll do this again in the future because this was a very fun time.
Yeah,
and
I see something big here. We could definitely make something out of it.
Oh yeah, I had a very fun time. I hope you guys all did as well. Wolfgang, did you have a fun time?
I'm sorry for the rattling. That's all I have to say.
No, he's just in love. Don't mind him.
No, it was.
If we didn't rattle, we wouldn't have a stream.
That's what the stream's about. Anywho,
honestly, Wolfgang is just happy that he isn't the only one who goes on rambling.
Oh yeah, Aiden's good for that.
To be fair, he was
of course I am.
Because there was very little history involved. Because if you are talking about history, and then you have someone that's like Brendan F saying nonsense, I can go for hours non-stop.
That's what I need, because I don't know history as well. I know social science. So like when the last video, when he started talking mad shit, I was like, uh-oh, now you activated me. But with the history stuff, it's not my wheelhouse. So
as long as you don't say that the concept of Vienna caused Europe to brutalize Africans, I think you should be fine. And yes, it's a take that our crowd actually took, and I'm still mad over it because it's so fucking nonsensical.
All right.
I would say the only thing that would ever really rile me is just anybody brings up rugby things.
I
don't get up by politics all that much, but if you disrespect my sports team, then I'll fucking kill you.
I know. Anywho, so we'll figure out a time to do this more frequently again. I guess I suppose. Oh. All right.
And honestly, we could also maybe have people vote on the videos they want us to debunk.
Yeah, exactly.
Or react to.
Yeah. We could do that. That sounds great.
Right. Start Slavada taking over the things.
Thank you guys for showing up, everybody in the chat, and thank you, Lavender and Wolfgang for showing up as well. It's been a very fun time. Wolfgang. Did I? Oh, I told you I'm a little congested because I have.
I noticed.
I've been sneezing. Sorry. So it's allergies. Anywho, sorry for my allergies, and we'll see you all sometime.